Good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me. City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of August 19th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 19th, 2024, beginning at 12 p.m. in Council Chambers, 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with Section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present, thank you. We will now ask Councilmember Yancey to lead us in our invocation, Councilmember Lowry to lead us in our pledge. Let's stand if you're able.
This morning we come to you, God, asking you for forgiveness. We want to say thank you for the things that you have done and the things that you have brought us through. Lord, we ask for forgiveness because we know that sometimes we are a people that are not kind. And we know that sometimes we are people that can say things that are ungodly. So we ask for your covering. We ask that you will help us to see each other through the blood of Christ. And Father, we ask you that you give us wisdom. Teach us how to love the unlovable. Teach us how to forgive the things that sometimes seem unforgivable. And help us to know that while we're here to do a job. And that is to provide the best decisions and the best service to the residents of this city. We pray for our mayor. We pray for the council members. We pray for the staff, that you will help us all to be strong and that we will lean on your spirit and remember your word. Help us not to just be hearers of your word, but help us to be doers of your word, to know that one day we will all face you in judgment. Some of us that are saved will no longer be condemned. But we ask, Lord, for the ones that may not understand that for everything we do, there is a price to pay. And everything that we say, there's a price to pay. Maybe not here, but on the other side. So help us to remember that we are here for a moment. And while we're here for that moment, to love one another, forgive one another, and do better together. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, council members. We have now moved to presentations. I don't believe that we have any presentations this morning. So we'll move now to citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council. Limited to 3 minutes. Wishing to speak, you give the mayor, presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press star six, to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you're visiting with us visiting with us in person, there is a microphone on the table before us. Again, give the mayor your name and address and you will be heard. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak this afternoon? Yeah. Very good, thank you. Mr. Robert Mishtich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Mitchell, 24 North Curlew, Marque. On the budget, there's y'all been through a lot in the last 2 weeks, to say the least. But can't come to a conclusion. The numbers keep changing. I will say this, the tax rate is what the council has to set and abide by. the budget should reflect that tax rate. You don't make a default budget based on just what numbers you turn in. You need to balance it. If you set the tax rate at your NMR rate and you don't get a balanced budget, then you don't get a balanced budget, but you don't increase the tax rate to match an unbalanced budget. That's all I got. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mistich. Any other persons in person wishing to speak? Very good. Thank you. Those of you that have come this morning. We are on budget workshop number 6. Council, I don't intend to keep us very long today. I would hope that we would be walking out of here about 4:30. That gives us about 4 hours of work. This is an unprecedented 6th budget workshop. And it is because the council has not had an opportunity to have confidence in the presentation to the point that we're ready to move forward. Now, as last we left off, we had a discussion with the police department, police union, the fire department, the fire union, as well as an in-depth discussion with our with the utilities portion of our public works. Now, we are also here to discuss zero balance budget today. I asked you, and I asked Ms. Turner to go back to the basics, zero in each department, to build on what was being expended this year, and to have an accurate projection on what would be expended at the end of this fiscal year. Start there, right? And then allow the council to build in as the council sees fit. Where are we in that process?
Mayor, the budget itself has been built, with the last portion being put into the binders right now by JB, looks like behind you. The only missing sections is the revenue summary page that we want to make sure is 100% accurate. Part of that, you also asked us not only to start at 0, which we have done. We went back to whatever our estimate was we would end at this year. And the only thing you asked us to make sure we added was our mandatory COLAs for fire and PD. That's been done.
So you have a budget to present to us today, bare zero balance, with the only additions being the contractually obligated raises for fire and police.
Yes, sir.
How much is the raise for fire?
This year, 8%,
8%. What about police?
6%.
Okay.
Mayor, you also asked us to bring back other items. May I discuss those now?
Yes.
You also asked us to make sure that we did a summary of everybody's packages and have them as each a separate document, if you will. So those are available, and those are in the binders that you're about to get. In addition to that, we summarized as part of the packages any salary adjustments. You asked us to separate those evenly by department. So if anything that we were proposing to be in that, you also asked us for an updated ARPA sheet, CO bond sheet, and grant sheet. And all those items are in your binders you're about to receive.
So in this binder, the summaries of packages, separated out would be the wish list of each department,
Yes, sir.
the where we are with our ARPA allocations, and the progress, right? Because we directed you last year, right? And where we are with the COs, the direction and the progress, as well as you said grants. Any grants that will be coming into our city?
you asked us for a cleaned up version of the grant list of two portions, what we've been awarded and what we've submitted and are still waiting for a response, hopefully a favorable one.
Okay. You said something about salary adjustments. That's where I started to get a little uncomfortable. Say that again.
So we had proposed some salary adjustments, both on the general fund and on utility side. We were asked to make sure that those were included as part of the packages, so they.
Who
were
asked you to
outside.
do that?
This body did. We wanted to make sure that they were not in the budget. They needed to be outside of the budget.
Okay,
Right. And we did that. That's included in the packages.
outside of the budget.
Yes,
Okay.
as
okay,
well
I got
as
you, I got you.
any non-CBA COLAs for your consideration.
So the $100,000 that you had budgeted in Fund 99 that was that you proposed to be earmarked for salary adjustments, that's no longer there.
It's not in the budget, it's in
It's
the
outside of it.
packages.
So we
Yes, sir.
shouldn't see that anymore.
It won't be in there, no.
The $1.2 million in Fund 99 that was earmarked for grant matches. I think Ms. Turner said that last time we talked. That's no longer in the budget.
No, that's been edited to be whatever the accurate amount is that we reported.
So let me ask you this. Those two amounts, that's like $1.3 million. Was that not a part of the overall budget? In other words, did that contribute to the budget being $20+ million?
Yes, all those would have been contributing factors.
So
yes, sir.
now it's back down at least under 19.
I haven't seen the final copy
Okay,
that Ms.
okay,
Ms.
all right.
Turner's working on, but yes,
All right, so
I
let's-
would presume that.
Okay, that's okay.
Yes,
So so the game plan for this morning, because I want council to come in first thoughts while you're working with Ms. Turner.
Yes, sir.
The game plan for this morning then is to receive this new information after council gives first thoughts, direction, sense of what they want to achieve today. We will get these new, get the new numbers, right? Look those over, and let council give more direction on that. And then toward the end of these few hours, we need to start revenue because council needs to set revenue expectations. And also, Mr. City Manager, revenue projections in the future. One of the things that we haven't done that's dangerous is that when we have monies that will be, that we would be responsible for in the future, for example, grant matches or some of the COPS grants or the fire grants, that now at some point we will be totally responsible for those salaries. The council needs a projection. We need to know in the future, these are things that we're gonna have to be responsible for, right? Because what we do today is gonna set a course on what we'll be able to do tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
So again, council first thoughts, your new projections, revenue, and then revenue projections, and then we'll see how far we get, okay?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Council, I know we've had a weekend to talk to our constituents, to think about what happened the past 2 weeks. I just wanted to open it up to see if there were any things, any ideas, any thoughts that we would have before Mr. Garcia proceeds.
I'll start. Forensic audit. Gonna say it again, it's getting that a lot of feedback from the community, forensic audit. There's just a lot of reasons for it. Balancing cash was one of the things that the auditing firm, that it's not a forensic audit, but the auditing firm, the routine audit, had requested cash management of accounts. And then again, we got 12 items from Mrs. Beatty, additional items that she found that were critical. We don't have inventory of equipment. We don't have inventory of tools. There's so many things that we don't have inventory of. Fund 12, we can't get the facts of that account from our police chief. So there's just so many areas a forensic audit would be necessary. And whether nefarious, accidental, intentional, I think to have a clean slate for the city, we've heard from this administration that there's things that go back to 2016. There's checks, there's auto drafts, there's various things. A lot a lot of blame on the previous administration. That for the most part was 4 years ago. So, you know, I think that can's kicked down the road, that using that. I think that, what do you call it? The software, you know, we can't, I think we kind of outused that one a couple years ago. So, my opinion, in the opinion of the constituents, and I'm sure we're going to get a large crowd of people, is forensic audit. And whether it's, you know, again, everything's by the books, it'll show that. It'll be cheaper if everything's by the book. If everything's done on the up and up and given to the auditors, I think it'll be real easy and clean and cheap. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others?
Let me just say this, and it's amazing to me that we've done it, this city has done their books pretty much the same way for the last 10 years. They have balanced it the same way, they've done that, and now we're changing it, which is fine. But I think there needs to be a template from here on out so that our staff is aware that that's how this council desires it. Because people have been up all night, over the weekend, doing something that this council did not direct them to do as far as in a template format. And as an educator, you want people to be able to perform at their best, but you want to make sure that we give them proper direction on how to do it. Because if you look at your past previous budgets, and I've been here 3 times now, and we are seemingly changing it up. I think, Mayor, it would work better if we had a template that we could show to give this administration. And let me say this, I am frustrated, Mayor, by some of the rhetoric that is being said by some of the members of this council. And there is perpetuating mistruths. I will be requesting a censorship as a result.
Let's focus on the budget.
It is about the budget.
Okay.
It is about the budget. Because there are a lot of untruths that are being said by members of this council that it's very unprofessional. And it's causing my constituents to call me late at night with lies. And I've been a stickler at what you do for one, you do for all. And that has to do with this budget. We can get this budget done and done it correctly, but it needs to be, this council has to give proper direction on how we would want the template to be. Because this is how it's been done the last 3 years that I've been here. And so to our staff, I just want to apologize for you all for not giving that proper direction in the beginning for a proper template that should have been given to the staff to know exactly what we wanted. And let me just say this too. This council has to have a consensus. If it's one person, 2 persons, but everybody's not giving the same directives. And I've just been sitting here quietly listening, trying to understand what is really going on. So that's all I have to say, but I will be requesting a censorship for the things that are being said out there in the community that are lies.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey.
Mayor, if I may, if we get the forensic audit, one of the things I want them to look into, and also our district attorney, is to campaign donations that were not reported and putting other people's name and also in cash.
Yeah, let's listen. Again, we got less than 4 hours now on this 6th day. While all of these things are very interesting, does not pave one street.
No, it doesn't.
Does not. So let's not even deal with it. I'm here to deal with what can pave streets, what can keep us safe. Let's focus on that. That's what we all are here for. All the rest of the rhetoric that's being brought in, we're not going to have that. We're going to work as a team, agree, disagree, vote, whatever that looks like, to provide for the best budget for the most amount of services for our constituency. The rest of these things can be handled in a later date, at a later meeting. a meeting that it is designed to be handled at. So if we could all participate in this budget, we got police officers who have children, and these children that we are watching play on tablets, have insurance needs, and they have food and shelter and things that their parents, need to provide for them. And they're counting on us to make, the best decision possible. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move forward. Now, any other comments as it relates to the budget process that we've just endured? Any thoughts about it? Any other bits of information that we can shed light on to help our community and our staff? Anyone? Mr. Ross, did you have anything? You don't have to have anything. It's up to you. Let's break open the books like John Taffer says on Bar Rescue. I know you watched that, Mr. Osteen. I know you're watching Bar Rescue at home. Did you have anything?
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem?
just some quick follow-ups and clarification. I think all of us, including staff, and I appreciate so much all the work they've done. They all walked into a very unfortunate situation the first year that I was on council. And I went back and looked at minutes and the film that was available. And the first year, it was all our previous financial director. She pretty much said that finally, just tell me what you want and I'll do it that way. And she said it over and over, and I saw that in the film. Well, that was a red flag for me, and so and then the following year we didn't have the question came up about our COVID dollars, and I went back and I looked at the overview of the program itself, and the municipalities were permitted to utilize the COVID dollars to balance their general budget because of the losses that were associated with COVID, as well as to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So plus paying for any workers that performed essential works during that period of time. So those were replace lost public sector revenue, premium pay for employees, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure were permitted uses during that particular year. Now, the question rightfully is keeping track of that. And we made that point earlier to finally close out that account, make such transfers as are necessary. In this process and at the end, and Mr. Councilmember Lowry has talked to me and mentioned to others. I think to follow up on what Ms. Yancey said earlier is our issue must be we have to trust the system. The system works. It works in not only in this community, but in communities across this country and communities here in Texas. We have a challenge in our community if you have too much turnover, when you have and people aren't given the possibility of getting established in their position and understanding the system, then that's where the challenges we have come in. So I think we're proceeding. I'm interested, even though I understand zero based budgets, Mayor. It's not something that I often work with, but I'm interested in seeing what the result is, and so that we can better come to some agreement as to both our tax rate for this year and what we're doing. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, one other thing, by the way.
Absolutely.
If for some reason, as to some point, I'll say this, and God knows you guys know me. If I feel that there's something that is glaringly a red flag that requires further investigation, I'm going to say that from here. I will say that, just as I said with our previous finance director, that I was not confident in the work that she was doing. So I will not hesitate to say so. And then the process proceeds from there in terms of follow-up. That's all, Mayor.
Mayor, if I may. So
sir.
if there's no confidence in the previous administration, and if somebody said something, they just tell me what you want and I'll make the numbers work. You said that's a red flag. I think it's a red flag. And so that would be, to me, another indicator for a potential forensic audit. But I know I'm going to drive that one home, but I may be by myself up here, but I'm here for the citizens. So
I just think the taxpayers need to understand what forensic audit is. We need to educate and the cost for that. And if you already have an audited budget, that's an unmodified audit, we need to educate because we keep spending taxpayer money and we need to make sure. My biggest concern, Mayor, is that the implications that's being shared on Lowry News Network. I would like Councilman Lowry to actually write an affidavit that's saying that's not him. That he's
Let's,
not the
Miss
one
Miss Yancey,
communicating
Miss
that. I
Yancey,
think that's
Miss
fair,
Yancey,
'cause he's on the
Miss
council
Yancey,
with us.
Miss Yancey, Miss
And he's
Yancey,
saying one thing here and something somewhere else.
Miss Yancey.
I think
This
he
is
should have
not, this is
affidavit.
not, this is not the venue. This is not the venue. These are the people's money. If you're saying, if you're saying those things, you have a right to in a different venue. Right now,
What's the
we're
venue?
in a different council meeting. This is a budget workshop. This is a budget workshop.
Well, can the record reflect that it be put on the next agenda?
We can consider that. If you have a second on that, Kiara will take that in advisement. But right now, again, we have to move on to try to deal with the people's
I agree.
business. Councilmember Lowry, let me finish. Councilmember Lowry has asserted that he believes that we need a forensic audit. He is a council member.
Right.
He can assert that. Then he would have to get the votes for that. If there are votes for that, the city will proceed in that. If there aren't any votes for that, he gave his solution to the problem. His solution, perhaps, the council did not want to take at that point, so we all will have to move on from that. He has a right to assert that based on what he believes he's realizing in this budget workshop. You have a right to assert what you've asserted.
Let's just educate.
All of that's fine. Oh, okay, let's educate with facts, but let's not deal with news networks and personas, because that does not, again, if we could do this, if we would have that young lady sit right there for this entire council meeting so that you all and all of us could be reminded why we're here, because apparently James ain't doing it. James, you apparently are not appealing to our senses of what we need to do to move our city forward. It's for her, right? It's for her. It's not for what we want. Let's please move on. Both sides. Let's move on. Caesar.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe, and then again, I'm hoping that you, at this point, you're ready to respond, as far as proceeding, because we're getting to the end of first off. I don't believe that there is anything nefarious or criminal or any of those things in this budget process, this budget workshop. I don't believe that was your intent or the intent of any members of staff, of course. Clearly things could have been shared more clearly.
Yes.
Things could have been more transparent, right? And weaknesses and vulnerabilities could have been accounted for in a quicker fashion.
Yes, sir.
You don't have all the answers. This is your third budget, new finance director. You're doing the best you can.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
One of the things that we are plagued with now in this budget is what was said about our financial accounting in this Brooks Watson's certified public accountants. And again, I want to make sure that we're cleaning these things up, because the city does not want to be found this same place next year, right?
Mhm.
So the first thing that was found is effective controls over financial statement disclosure. Management is responsible for establishing, maintaining, and monitoring internal controls over financial reporting. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Responsible for establishing, maintaining, and monitoring internal controls over financial reporting. When that gets out of whack, then the numbers, our estimates, get out of whack.
Right.
We don't have accurate estimates. And if we don't have accurate estimates, it's hard for us to project into the future the true needs of our staff members as they serve our community. That's one of the first things that I see. And I believe there were 6 things that management responded to try to make that better. But that finding is what we're dealing with, one of the challenges we're having now.
Absolutely. We own that.
The one of the other things that I think that is a challenge for us with the revenue projections is number 5 in that audit. And I'm just skipping around to make the point that we need to do a better job with financial reporting, financial recording, but also in the future, we need to do a better job with our budget projections. Right?
Yes,
We
sir.
have grants that we're trying to get all over the place. And that's great, but we also have salary increases for our police and fire, and that's great, but we also have a public safety building that we're going to get the folks to decide on whether or not they want to move forward with. Oh, but not only that, number 5 in our findings, accrued vacation time.
Yes.
That's a problem. As we project into the future, those things need to be under consideration. That's why we have to be careful which grants we go for and what those matches will be and when those matches will come due, because we have all sorts of other issues we have to take care of.
Mhm.
Also, the compensatory, excuse me, time, same deal, right?
Same as vacation.
And number 9, and I'll leave this one as my last one. Monthly reporting to council. All right, I believe Mayor Pro Tem has been on that train for a while, years. That monthly reporting to council, those budget projections, where we are with that within the budget, and if they have to be accurate, because I believe that you were at some point reporting this department has expended this percentage of the budget. Well, apparently, if you look at those reports, those snapshots, they probably won't be in line with what we have seen in this budget workshop, right? That goes back to number 1, accurate financial recording and accurate financial reporting, right? So those are areas, budgets, again, are snapshots on what we've done in the past, right? What we intend to do in the future and how we bridge that gap in the now, right? So those are the types of things that we need, the types of things that our community needs in order to make sound financial decisions. So that's going to conclude that portion, giving you some time to get your staff together. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. I am.
Mayor, another thing that I didn't see in the budget, and I wanted to ask last week, I forgot, was lawsuits. Where are we paying those out of? Is that general fund or, and I'm not talking to ones that our insurance companies are covering, the big ones, the federal lawsuits that are pending, but the ones that are against the city right now, and some of them have already been paid out in the last year, 6 months, whatever. But where are those funds coming from?
I'm not sure which suits, Councilman, you're referring to, that we may have paid out, because anything that's been paid out to date would have come through TML.
Okay, so the insurance is paying for all of them,
To date, yes. To my knowledge, absolutely. To date, they've all been covered through that.
all of them.
To my knowledge, yes, sir. There's still pending ones that haven't closed yet, and we haven't gotten to anywhere to bring those to council.
And is the city liable for those? Or is it going to be the insurance?
It's going to depend on the outcome. So I can't fully tell you right now because I don't know. But once that's established, we'll come to council. That has to come to council.
And are those?
Any of those would have to come to council.
Are they small, like 10,000, 20,000? Or are they potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars?
I can't speak to that because that's
You
still.
don't have any idea?
I cannot speak to that because I cannot deliberate on that.
You can't speak of a demand letter?
I don't know of the amount.
Yeah, let's,
Like right
yeah.
now, if you're asking me to calculate
Yeah,
amounts in my
let's,
head, I would have.
Let's
to-
do this. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do this, Councilmember. I get where you're going with it, but let's try to do it this way. Would you double check to make sure that there aren't, well, give us all a list of the pending lawsuits,
Mhm.
right? If there have been lawsuits that have been settled within the past calendar year, would that help?
Let's go back 3 years.
If there have been lawsuits that have been settled for the past 3 years, would you indicate whether or not they were settled with insurance?
Sure.
3 years back,
Mhm.
anything current, just give a list to the council. Would you do that? Would that
Yes,
help?
sir. We'll do.
Yes, sir. And another one, like you said, Mayor Bell, is the comp time. That can be an enormous amount of money. Where's that coming from?
Yeah, comp time.
Yes.
Positions, not people.
Mhm.
Positions that have comp time owed, and again, just a general answer. Where does that money come from?
And Mayor, this is a template that I'm talking about. That if we're creating a template of information that we want to see every year, that's being done for future city managers as well.
We could do that. We could do that.
This is very
that
helpful. Thank
adds-
you.
That adds to it. Very good. Council will work on getting a template that we would expect. Ms. Yancey, you'll help lead in that conversation. Are you ready, Mr.?
I am. If I could grab the binders and hand them to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good morning, Ms. Turner. Yes.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
before we get started, I want to show something that was discovered. Kyle, I sent you an email.
Get yourself settled, Ms. Turner.
I'm so, okay.
Yeah. Take your time, Mr.
Oh, now I'll take your
Yeah,
time.
no.
Mayor, I'm actually remiss. We should probably do a new cover sheet so it doesn't get confused with the other one. So we might swap these out. I don't want.
That's okay. You can, yeah, swap the cover sheet out. That's,
I just realized. we
Yeah,
just
no,
used the
that's
same
fine.
one. I don't want to cause it.
that's a good idea.
So what Kyle is gonna put up on the screen is an error that we found that I contacted the software company with. It's with our debt service fund, Fund 15. The software seems to be adding revenues and expenses together. So I emailed him this morning, and the email is right behind it. And I told him, I said, huge emergency, we need to check Fund 15. It appears revenues and expenses are being added together instead of revenues minus expenses. And then he says, looks like the entire fund was set up as all revenues. I can see that the previous FD did this on 5/22. So he's looking into that to correct it.
Which fund was that?
15, that's the debt service fund.
Okay.
Well, I didn't catch it. Like I said, I had to apply myself in math. Actually listen again. Would you repeat what you said?
In reviewing the debt service fund, Fund 15, I discovered that it's adding revenues and expenses together.
Our software, this one that we're gonna get rid of
Right.
is adding revenue and expenses together.
On this one fund, not on
the one-
all of them,
On
just
that
on
one
the-
fund.
Yes,
So which means that the number that you have there, is it a plus or a negative? It would be a plus then, right? If they're adding it together?
then it's a plus, yes.
Yeah, it's a
on that
plus.
fund. Mhm.
So when you say adding together, if.
It's supposed to be subtracting. You have your revenue.
No, I understand
Yeah,
that. That's what I'm
right.
saying, but it's taking two numbers. Like, let's just keep it
A
simple.
negative and a
I've
negative.
got $10
Mhm.
of revenue, and I've got $5 in expenses,
Mhm.
but it's adding that together to say 15.
Correct.
That's it's significant. All right.
So
So-
they're looking into that.
And let me ask you this, Wow. That's on our debt side?
Yes, sir.
Huh.
So what would that, you said that to say, Ms. Turner, what does that look like to us?
I corrected it manually. So
Before it ever got to us?
yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's Fund 15. And I don't think the paperwork is even in there. Was Fund 15 in there here? 15? Debt service for general, okay, yeah. So it
Mayor-
probably came later in an email, but I'll correct it manually.
I guess my concern is does that how long has that been going on? Was that the issue in last year as well?
Good question.
Because that would impact our on our sitting our tax rate,
Look in the budget book here.
the interest and the
Mayor Pro Tem, or Mayor, if I can, it looks like it was being manually corrected when it came to the TNT sheet. Because we never showed any INS debt that exceeded that amount. That was such a large amount. It was always in that $2.2 million range. So it
Yeah.
never exceeded that amount.
okay, all right.
It looks like it was manually done, but so we can, I think the point Christine's trying to make is this is the type of thing that we're just finding as we go along. Right? So that's the type of thing that we're trying
All
to
right, well,
fix.
thank you, thank you.
Mayor, I was trying to jot down the order. You wanted to go over which part first? Because I want to make sure that I'm.
Well, we need to get back into the overall budget, the amount, because at one point it was $20 million that you were proposing, 20,223,000, I assume. And so there has been a lot of adjustment since then, a downward trend. A downward trend. So let's start there.
Yes, sir.
Went back over the numbers. I know that I personally talked to Ms. Turner, and she said she wanted to go back through every salary that we had to make sure that they were in line with what we pay, because she thought there might have been some overages in some of the salary line items. So that was done.
That
Y'all
was-
scrubbed the budget. What do you got?
We scrubbed it clean. If you go to your tab 5, everybody can go to tab 5. You'll have the revised general fund document in front of you. And I'm gonna ask Kyle to please share it on the screen so we can have it for everybody at home. I think it does. Yes. If you'll notice on there, what we did is, Mayor, it's gonna get on the
Oh,
screen here in a
okay,
second.
okay.
What we did there is we did exactly what we were asked to do. We calculated the revenue based on all the things that are gonna happen on the sales tax side. We know that Raising Cane's is now open, Salad and Go, and the things that are coming down the pike. We projected those to be in there based on what we know is gonna happen. We didn't know that church was gonna open in time. They moved up their schedule. So all those things were taken in calculation. We looked at what the average one of these venues brings in revenue and calculated those to increase the sales tax that is shown. That's where we jumped from where we were expecting to be originally in the 5.7 range, so that almost just a shade below 6 million there. So your total proposed revenue, and again, if you notice the blue columns that are listed here, there to the right, that's the utility. All right. Oh, there it is. Yes, there, thank you. If you notice those 3 blue columns, what we did is we just did an exercise to see what the revenue would look like there should you choose a tax rate. And again, if it was presumption of us to do that, I just did it to show an example so you can see real time what that
Well,
means.
that's good though. That's the type of stuff we need.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 3 options.
3 options there. I figured we go with 3 options and that's what we'd look at. So if you notice now, There is growth in the budget from both property tax projected as well as sales tax. If you notice the other line items of growth, you notice your court fines projections went up. You notice your fire EMS, this is all numbers that we pretty much projected based on where we look to be. And all the way down the line, we show growth, right? Expected growth in those line items. Which brings us, again, and I'm gonna be presumptuous for this sake of example. If we were to stay at the 41 cents, it would bring in a revenue dollar of 20,687,267. That's what we would project, right? These are all projections, right? These are all, things that are approximate. The budget being presented to you, the general fund budget, if you look down below, that zero-based budget that you asked us to create, plus the mandated COLAs that we know we have to provide due to CBA, brings us to that number down below of 19,543. The number below that is your surplus, the 1,143,607. That would be the dollars from the general fund that this council would be able to divvy up accordingly, if you stayed at that rate. If you chose to go down a penny, that number below the second blue box that's there, Kyle, can you highlight that 188, 126? That's the reduction amount. So your new budget would be 20,499,000. And obviously your surplus down below would change accordingly. I hope that.
So the 188, 126 is what you would have to take out.
Yes, ma'am. Which, and technically we don't have to take it out because we've already zeroed everything out, right? So that would be the amount that we would need to.
Take away from.
You would take away from that surplus of 1143 that's down below. And what we can do actually, if you give us a minute to play with the sheet, we could probably add 2 other columns below it that would match what would happen there below.
So the other column at 39 cents, you would have to take out
385.
092.
So right now, your surplus below of 1,143,607 would be reduced by 385. And hindsight, Mayor, I should have added what those samples would have looked like, but we'll make sure we do that in the future.
So it starts with 1 million, sir, and it's not surplus, but
Right.
so let me go back and try to understand it in a different way. That number 19.5,
Yes, sir.
that is the number for us to get exactly what we got last year,
Exactly what we
with the
got.
exception of the contractually obligated
Fire.
fire and PD raises. So when we say that 19.5 is a reflection of, let's say, a department budgeted $20,000 worth of fuel, or is it a reflection of this department used this year $20,000 worth of fuel? Does that make sense?
Yes, Mayor.
Which one
So,
is it?
For the most part, to answer that question, for the most part, it's going to be what off the estimate.
Off of what they've used and the
Yes.
projection of what they will do,
Yes,
for the most part.
for the most part. Because we also took in mind that, for example, overtime, we know that we budgeted a certain amount last year, but we went over. We went closer to that amount. Right? We went closer to the estimate, as close to. So it was either going to be the same or slightly below increase, whatever the case was.
And so so the 1.1 million is what the administration added to last year's budget in the form of improved services or whatever it was you
Correct.
thought. Okay,
Or request, or hey, we might need a
Okay.
little bit more fuel because we have more cars, so on and so forth.
okay.
In addition to the fact that this new one shows a little bit higher revenue than the previous one you would see.
Explain that, the 1.1 is, from what I understand, would in fact be an amount available for all the other asks. Is that another way to say it?
Yes, sir.
So
If you stayed with a 41
I
cent rate.
understand,
Yes, sir.
staying at 41, it's the 1.143 $1,143,607. And that's what's available for all the other asks. So my question now is, what's the value of all the asks? I think I saw that earlier, right?
Yes, that's actually, I don't have all the individual asks because they were by department, so
Yeah.
we haven't broken down by department. What I did do is I broke down, sorry. What I did do is I broke down what, behind tab 2, what your COLAs would be for all non-CBAs and what your salary adjustments would be for all those non-CBAs on the general fund side, obviously, and the utility fund. They're split separately on there. And behind that, you'll have a page by page breakdown by department of what each department's asks were.
So in my math then, I'm gonna take that 1.1 million and immediately on the general revenue side, I'm going to deduct $165,000 because that represents, well, you've got 2%, 3%, and 4% COLAs. Which one's applicable? Do
So
we have to make that?
that's your decision to make. I think during the process, we asked for 3 options.
Oh,
So right now your CPI is at 3. We went 1 below and 1 over, and that's a decision for you.
okay.
Yes, sir.
So
We're
let's
just
just-
providing information. It's
So
up
let's
to you
just
guys.
assume, but you also said that the police and fire was a higher amount.
So there's police and fire CBA amounts that are already in the actual numbers at
All that
19.
they are already there.
But you also have non-CBA members of those departments. So for example, your telecommunicators are not bound to that.
All right. okay.
Admin and so on and so
All
forth.
right, so let's assume that I take for 1 to 3%, which we did last year, as I recall,
We did
right?
2% last year.
We did 2% last.
We did 4 the year before that, 2% last year.
Mm.
What you did last year is you did some other salary adjustments that were done last year.
Well, I'm gonna stick with the 3%. I'm just 3%, and I deduct 124,000 from the 1 million. 1 million. What was it? 1,143,000. I'm just gonna keep round numbers. And already there, that's. It's 910, so it's 1,019,000. And then you say you have here the asks right behind it, right?
Yes, sir. If you notice, the very next page are
Is
your
that the
salary adjustments.
Salary adjustment, is that an ask?
That is an ask. That's part of the packages. Those are the positions that were requested. And if you notice, what we did on the utility fund side is we got about as close as we could to that 100,000. Because we also have to keep in mind that whenever there's a COLA, anything, right, any increase whatsoever, it's not just an increase in the person's salary, right? Ms. Christine, help me out, correct me if I'm wrong. It is 0.765 increase in whatever taxes, Medicare, whatever that is. Then it's another additional 14% increase in that person's TMRS.
Right.
So every dollar that you give somebody, whatever the amount is, has an additional cost to it.
Okay,
Because obviously the person's payroll taxes would go up and so on and so forth.
so the salary adjustments. You're asking for these who asked for these adjustments?
These adjustments that are here were made by our office. Yes, sir.
Or made by your office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then if I accept these, then I'm gonna deduct another 58,000.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Again, and everything here is just giving estimates, proposals as to what was.
Okay, so
You remember last year, we talked about doing, we were gonna do like a stipend. We were gonna try to see if we could do a stipend for emergency management because we couldn't get that. Correct me if I'm wrong, the position you wanted to get, what was it? Specialist, we talked about doing that before. We weren't able to successfully do that last year. So I wanted to make sure we reintroduce that this year in the form of a stipend, if that was a possibility. And that's the way that we work to do that. OEM for your OEM and your,
I just missed that.
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the next page, city manager's office. It has COLAs as well.
So what I did is back to what we were asked to do. This is not additional COLAs. It was asking what it costs per department,
Oh, okay. So
right?
that's
Mayor, correct me
already
if I'm wrong. That's,
included
yes,
in the number
On
Yeah.
each department.
that I deducted. Okay, all right.
Mayor,
So
that's how you want us to capture it, right?
Okay,
Yes,
all
okay.
right, I understand that.
So we went department by department by department.
right,
Hey,
so
if
that's
you were to
fine.
pick two, if you were three, whatever the case is.
Mhm.
And then also in that, if you remember, we were proposing a new program coordinator, but we also took the ability, as was recommended, I think, I don't remember what day it was, but a possibility of breaking that down into stipends amongst other employees to take on those duties of all the event planning and so forth. And that's what's listed as a possibility. So either or is listed there.
The COLAs we already covered, but these figures here that show proposing new program coordinator, that's not in that, I haven't deducted that yet, have I?
No, sir.
I haven't.
Everything else I just did a summary of those because it was easiest, because I presumed you guys would ask, well, what would it look like if we just decided on 2%? What's the total? There you go. What if I decided on 3%? There you go. What if I said yes to this increase, no to that increase? Everything is in there with the fringes. And also, if you go back to that page where it talks about the utility fund, that $100,000, it actually ended up being a little bit more than $100,000 for
Right.
those salary adjustments because of the fringe. The fringe drove it up higher. So if we need to adjust that accordingly to make that happen, we could always reduce the amount in order to get the final amount, the total, closer to that $100,000.
What is the OEM coordinator position? What is that? What department is that in?
That is Kyle.
That's you?
That's
Okay.
Kyle. Mhm.
Okay.
Let me jump in.
Go ahead.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
So let's, oh, well, wow, I had myself on mute. So let's bring it down to where I think, it probably needs to be crystallized for me. And then I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Number one, at the end of the day, just for my own personal validation on what I believe I see.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, if this council were to adopt a 39 cent tax rate,
Mhm.
we would still, according to your new projections, we would still raise $20,302,175. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, your zero balance, bare bones budget from last year plus public safety raises are at $19,543,660. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So even at the lowest tax rate that you show us, the 39 cent, which is the no new revenue rate,
Yes, sir.
we still, this council, start with $758,515 to add back into the budget to help with some of these other issues. Is that correct?
Don't have the exact math in front of me. Give
Well,
me
that's the
one
math I
second.
did.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is that correct?
exactly.
So we still have $760,000
Yes,
to the
sir.
good.
Yes, sir.
And that's not to mention us relooking at EMS revenue to see what those projections are, because council can set rates. We can set our own projections.
Sure.
If we believe that the year will be more aggressive, more prosperous, we can raise that. We did it last year with sales tax, right? And so we can relook at EMS revenue. We can relook at this new potential franchise fee for from working with what is that, waste management,
Yeah.
that might give us more monies for a street maintenance budget. And we also Mayor Pro Tem brought up something really important. We also can go back to our game room ordinance, raise those per machine permit fees. And raise easily another $250,000, if not $500,000, and they'll pay it. So I said all that to say, even at a no new revenue rate, even at a 2% in my own little mind, it's just my mind, even at a 2-cent tax cut, if we look at EMS revenues, look at franchise fees, look at the game room ordinance, we still may walk out of here with $1.2, $1.3 million that we can use to cover some of the other needs, right? So we can realize a tax cut and still build on this zero base budget that you did for us this weekend. Is that true?
That is absolutely
Theoretically true.
Theoretically, absolutely true.
All right,
It is your will as to where we end up.
right. Here's my questions for you, and then we'll open it back up. And I think we're hitting we're getting some traction, Miss Turner. Questions for you guys. Number one, where are we with the fire department budget? I mean, the overtime budget. Good Lord, that's a lot of money. I think we spent $600,000-700,000 last year, somewhere up in there. Now watch this. I don't know what we balanced this year, but if this council can accurately look at bringing in 3 firefighters, maybe 80. What is it? 80,000 total with fringe or whatever that is.
I have that total for you.
Okay,
in the
so
packet.
what would that do to reduce that overtime budget? Right? So maybe we got work to do there. Same thing with police, right? What is police's overtime budget? Right? How many new officers are we bringing online? At one point, we put out for a grant for 2 additional officers, and then the police are asking for maybe 4 additional officers, right? Where are we with that? How will that affect other line items in the police department? In particular, the SRTs, right? The overtimes, knowing that one of the biggest departments that accrues compensatory time is the PD, right? We got to factor all of that in. What would these new bodies do to save money in the long term? Second, still didn't get an understanding of what the disaster fund looked like. What is the real disaster fund balance? What was brought in and taken out of that? Because, and I don't know, well, looking at you, Ms. Turner, and maybe Gus. So if there was some sort of directive, which I don't know, don't remember, for council to transfer some of those monies back into the general fund for whatever reason, perhaps they were never transferred. So it looks like your general fund balance has taken a $1.5 million hit. Did council in 22, and I don't know if you could still do that, but I'm just saying, giving you clues. Did council during the COVID years, did we direct administration, whichever one it was, to use COVID monies on COVID related operations, and that money never moved? Right? That could be a possibility.
Could be a possibility.
So we need to look at that. Question 3. So I need an overall total. Question 3. Are there any unfilled positions in our city? This is important. Not police, not fire. Not even public works. This is important because the one thing that I learned is Ms. Turner needs a budget. She needs a budget coordinator, an accountant. What is that? What is the highest one? 1 or 2?
We have an accountant 1 now.
That is the highest level under you, accountant
Yes.
1?
Yes,
So an accountant 1 would be the one with the most skills.
yes.
So it's my belief that if we have an unfilled position somewhere, we should seriously consider adding, at least for the next 3 to 5 years, an accountant 1 who acts as whatever Miss Turner would like for her him or her to act as, but also a budget coordinator. That person is going to be responsible. Ms. Turner is going to tell that person, your job is to keep track of the budget for council, for the people, right? Monthly reports, quarterly reports on budget. Here's where we are. Here's what we're spending. Clearly, you need some help in that area. Might not need as much help for the foreseeable future, but 3 to 5 years, we need to get somebody in that department that could be focused on the budget. Help with what Ms. Yancey's talking about. Maybe do a better budget presentation in the future, right? So that's number 3 for me. Number 4, out of all the salary adjustments, and I don't know this to be true, I'm just asking, out of all the salary adjustments that you recommended, one of the biggest things this council has been asking for is a real salary adjustment for all of our heavy equipment operators. And so I'm interested to see in this presentation where you put those dollars. Which equipment operators, are they competitive? Because that's the key to this as well. If we have ditches that are not graded accurately, it causes a problem with our drainage, right? If we have streets that aren't repaired accurately, you get my point.
Yes, sir.
So those are the four things that I would ask for clarification, as well as I'm going to ask council for a renewed look at EMS revenue, franchise fees, and the game room ordinance to add to what I see as $760,000 to help get us across the finish line with some of these much needed additions. So I'm looking at $1.2 million for us to be able to try to disperse with renewed revenue expectations. Council.
I would be willing to compromise with the in between the 40 cents, along with the EMS revenue, along with the game room ordinance. Anything that's gonna bring additional money to be able to get us a budget, actual department budget coordinator that's gonna be around for a while. I think we're gonna continue to grow, and Miss Christine's gonna need an actual department to do that with at some point. So we might as well start now since we're already in that direction. I would like to see information on the reserve fund, because I don't see it anywhere in our budget. And the disaster fund and just also those are things that I would like to see so that we can know where we're at sitting completely. Because when I look at this 3-year fund balance, I don't see it. Anything about the reserve fund in there.
Okay, as for that, the disaster fund, Holly in my department, she's done some research and she can come up and kind of provide what she's found.
Is that Ms. Holly approaching?
Yes.
Hello, Ms. Holly. Welcome. Yes, sir. And she's going to give us information on what, Ms. Turner?
The disaster fund.
Okay. Ms. Holly, are you accountant 1 or 2? And I'm just trying to identify everyone.
Accountant 2,
2, thank you.
yes. So I was looking at
I'm
Does-
sorry, accountant 2 is the highest. Accountant 1.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
mistaken. I'm
okay.
thinking 1 and 2.
So
No,
we're
2
trying
is
to
the
get you
highest.
an accountant 2,
Yes,
Miss, which is her, would be her equal
yes,
to focus on the budget, not accountant 1. That's the first step.
yes, the first.
Got
step.
you, I got
So
you.
sorry, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. No problem, no problem.
Accountant 2 is the highest.
and it keeps going higher.
Okay.
So like a 3 and a 4.
She says they go actually higher than that.
So you have 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
I don't know what they top out at, but 1 is at like the lowest level and
And
then
then
it goes
2,
up
okay.
2.
Okay.
So the higher your number, the higher level you are.
Okay.
So I was looking at the disaster fund this morning, and the only thing I see leaving, like we got some money from the Texas Division of Emergency Management, and then it went to the 01 fund and the 02 fund back in 2021.
Can you talk at the mic for me, sweetheart? I can hardly hear you.
So back in 2021, we got 2.1 million from the Texas Division of Emergency Management. And that was transferred over to the 01 and the 02 fund back then in 2021.
What's 01 and 02?
The general fund and utility fund,
Okay. 01 would be general
general, yes,
and 02 would be utility.
yes.
Do you have a breakdown?
I have, let's see. We had
1.1.
2.149, just rounding to the O1 fund, and to the O2 was 2.1 million. So they were both about 2.1 million each.
So we got two, excuse me, Ms. Yancey, and I'll let you. So we got 2.1 in 21, but we dispersed 4.2.
And we got no, and then in 2022, we got another 2.1. And then we sent and they happened over different years. So one was in like 21, one was in 22. And then Susie transferred them to O1 and O2 for some reason.
Okay, so in 21, we got 2.1, but in 22, we got 2.1 as well.
Yes.
And so that's 4.2 in, and you're saying 4.2 went out?
She sent them to the O1 and the O2 fund.
1 to O1,
Yes.
general fund, 1 to O2.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, not general fund, but utilities.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So how much is currently in fund,
Well, then then in like 2023, that got sent out and went to Texas class, our investment.
do what now?
In 2023, that money was transferred to our investment account,
The money coming from where?
the O1 and the O2 fund.
So she transferred them into one into the investment, one into the general fund and one into the utilities.
Yes,
And in 2023, she took them out of that and transferred them into some sort of an investment.
yes.
Let's stop right there.
Yeah.
Is that a normal practice for finance directors to do that, to invest monies?
Yes, it is a normal practice for a finance director to transfer money to be invested.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Holland.
Uh,
I'm sorry,
I'm just
Joe.
gonna make a point. That's not what our audited statement, the auditor is saying, that's not a good practice. That's in the notes.
It is our right. We are investment officers, though.
No, look, just, I
Okay,
won't, go back and look at the notes, both
okay,
audits years in 21. He
Okay.
stated that we were doing that. It should be corrected. We were moving money into the investment accounts and holding it there. He states it, but I'll point it out.
okay. When you say holding it there, that's a whole nother.
Yeah, I
ball
got you.
wax,
I got you.
But we have a right. We
Yeah,
are
I
investment officers,
understand.
right?
Yeah.
But when you
understand.
say, when you make the caveat holding it
Holding
there,
it there.
that's a whole nother.
Whole nother ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
it said, we were holding
Yeah.
it there.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
there was not any tracking that had been back. So,
Okay.
So cities routinely take monies and invest, finance directors routinely take monies and invest them. The issue that Joe, Mayor Pro Tem, is bringing up that you agree with is they shouldn't be held there. Is that what you're saying?
It's the caveat to that. If it's bond money, you transfer it to invest, there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to deal with arbitrage compliance.
Okay, that's a lot.
That's a whole,
So what we
That's
need
a
to
whole
do,
nother-
let's, council needs to be, and the community needs to be educated on that
right,
in layman's terms. We
right.
can do that at the end of this process,
Okay.
but we do get the point. Monies were invested. That is, a normal practice of a city for all intents and purposes of right now.
Yes.
Okay,
and just add on, Mayor.
and not missing. You're right.
The money is held there until it's needed. I'm talking about general fund like this,
Mhm.
the 2.1 was actually, I think, our COVID monies that came in, one for the last one.
Yeah.
But then it's held there in the investment accounts. Logic, I think it's Logic. It's the one where
Which one did you see?
It went to Texas
oh,
class.
the Texas
have
one,
one.
all right, the Texas, but like when we say we're taking 1 point, whatever it was, to balance the budget for last year, right? We could
Mhm.
utilize it in that fashion, or for infrastructure as well, or to pay overtime for COVID. We could use it for all those things. When the need was there, we should be tracking the transfer back of those funds out of the investment funds to the general account. And there must be a note there that says, this is for salaries, or this is for whatever, right? Back.
Yes,
that
there
side.
should be. You
It
should
be.
document.
And that was one of the notes, once again, in
Mhm.
the audit report, that there was, that we're weak in.
And we've started doing that now.
Yeah,
Every time
exactly.
We do transfers, we have support. Holly can tell me, oh, we need more money in the consolidated bank account because we have to do payroll.
Right.
Okay, then I'll do a transfer,
Right.
and then her email is the support for what was done.
Okay, now, Miss Holly, you looked at the disaster fund. And so, but I'm interested in, before that,
Mhm.
the audited statement actually from 21. Actually, there's a note in it that actually states that the practice of the city was to allocate 1 million from the general fund for our disaster fund. There's a note, I'll find it here
Mhm.
on that.
And
So
what year was that, Mayor? Pro
that,
Tem?
this was, during it. Look at me here, I've got something. You should see my desk at home. This was the 21, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a quick look. In the first year that I think this is Brooks too. Yeah. There's a statement here. I think I pointed it out to you, Mr. Garcia, didn't I? About that statement about 1 million. Oh, yeah, we're in the middle of. Well, you go on, I'll find it. But there's a statement in here that says 1 million was for the disaster, and it talked about the city's practice of doing that. And I'll find it. But here's my question. That whole tracking, remember there was a presentation made about the receivables that are still outstanding from past disasters? It was what, 2 million, I believe, I thought,
Right,
2.1 million or
Right.
something like that.
right.
May have been 2.7 million.
Deferred revenue.
The deferred. And we haven't kept on top of that. And that's, I'm not blaming you, right? This is the challenge when we have turnover on that side. And people that are not familiar with it. But normally in practice, what happens is that there's a relationship with TDM. And TDM has their FEMA rep. And I even introduced Susie to that person when it came on. Make sure that you've got that. So you guys need to reestablish the relationship with the TDM person. And I just ran into them at the Brazoria County Long-Term Recovery. I can get you their names. And they're the ones that are pushing and advocating for us and keeping us updated on this, where's this money,
Okay.
right? Because ultimately it's the states that's also saying, yeah, that's an approved reimbursable item. I think, Cesar, you went to that session that I went in to, a TML, right? Or I forget which one it was. So, because that's the other thing that's not showing, that 2 point, whatever it was, we need to show that. We need
The
to,
deferred,
yeah, that deferred, we need to show that someplace. And then Mayor, the other thing that we're not showing, as you go through this, is I don't see a category, Ms. Turner, for our professional fees, for our legal expenses.
Under the
Aren't those under-
disaster fund.
No, under any category.
That should be listed under 99.
I just looked up, actually, that was one of my questions.
Yes.
We have over $300,000 in line items for professional fees, but what all is professional fees? Is that just for lawyers, or is that, what does that entail? If you look through all the
Which
departments,
account?
Yeah, so you talk,
we got. over
okay, hold on,
300,000.
hold on just a minute,
Finish.
Councilmember Lowry. We're gonna finish with disaster, then we'll get into, professionals. Let me try to, 2023, you were gonna say what now?
Remember.
So you said in 2023, monies, I thought you were saying monies were transferred out
To
into,
transfer to Texas class.
so so here's my question. So if those monies were transferred into the general fund on 2021 and into the utility fund on 2021, were they not expended for COVID-related activities? Because then they just go right back out.
I don't know. That's
If they
just
go
all I
right-
could find
right.
this morning.
So then if they go right back out to this, what's the name of this company?
The investment company is Texas class.
Texas Class, then those monies that were expended for COVID-related operations, how did we pay for that?
Probably from our O&M budget.
Right, so that $1.5 million or whatever it was in that line item that we talked about in your fund balances, that's probably where that came from. The dip in that line item, because it shows like a $1.5 million deficit from, it ends, this year is scheduled to end at 4.8. Last year, the unaudited ending balance was 6.3. So what else, Ms. Holly, what else happened to this account? 2023 money's transferred out. How much money's in the, what happened in 2023 and 2024 with this account? That should be one.
I didn't see hardly anything happened in 2023 and 24.
Ma'am?
I didn't see very much happening in 23 and 24. I was just looking for like the big numbers. So
Okay.
that's all I had found that, for the bigger numbers we were looking for.
So can you give me a current balance as of today? 2024.
Fund balance.
For disaster, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The fund balance right now is 1.7.
$1.7 million. So to Mayor Pro Tem's point, the auditor said that there was $1 million account, right, Joe?
Says here, let me just read it. I found it. This is in the most recent one, Ms. Turner.
Okay.
It says here, the city's contingency policy requires general fund minimum balance of 90 days of operating expenditure. Since fiscal year 2014, before you guys, the city has maintained an unreserved balance between 73 to 90 days. So it's dipped down to as low as 73 days since 2014. Qualified usage of fund balance includes one-time capital expenditure or emergencies. At end of each year, the city also reserves 1 million from fund balance for emergency needs. Okay, and I say that because when I first joined, that's what I was informed. I was the finance director at that point. I was focusing in on this one item. And she said, we have $1 million for that, is what she said. But then there was never any follow-up reporting. And then I asked about making sure that we get the submissions that occur. Yuri, I know I was working with her on Yuri and submitting things, just like I made suggestions to Kyle right now, right on Borough. Things that my attitude with this is go for it. Ask FEMA for everything and they can only say no, and then go from there. But anyway, but you, Ms. Turner, you told me something interesting, and Mayor, this is also something. When during the effort to prepare the past budgets, the city manager and you were not getting much cooperation from the previous finance director. Is it true?
I had never spoken to
You
her.
never spoke to her and
No,
you,
I never met her.
I can actually speak to that,
Okay, all
Mayor
right.
Pro Tem. So Ms. Christine's first day, I believe, was the day that we actually passed the budget.
okay,
So she wasn't here for any part of the process.
last year.
Yes, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Your first day was the day we,
Thursday was it was a Monday, September 11th.
okay, so I think it was our
On that
first
time
reading of the
period.
budget. So by that point, the budget was essentially done.
Okay. And, but you also mentioned that in the process of getting aware, both of you, aware of our system, the our records are no longer, you no longer have access to them past your financial records. Is that accurate? They're not kept, they're not available to you right now. The questions that the mayor is asking, or I ask, or any council member, you can't provide that information to it right now.
What specific record?
Well, I'm talking about records from 2019 to go track this. For example, to track this reserve $1 million disaster fund.
Certain
The only
things we
thing
have
we can
challenged.
rely on is what our system has, and then we look at support in the system and try to put together, a picture of what happened.
So that's, I guess that's my question. Do you have access to all those past financial records?
In the system.
Yeah, you only have access to whatever is saved in the system. So if there isn't anything saved, I can't look at that.
Right.
So if there's no document saved, I don't know why something happened. And you can only just, you're just like, okay, there's nothing. All I see is a transaction and there's no backup. So normally you save backup in there so you can see why something's done.
Are you referring to the investment accounts? What goes into the investment accounts? I mean, we see history in that way, what transfers were done and if there's any support that's attached to the actual movement of monies or any transaction.
But for what years? How far back? I guess
Oh, we
bottom
can go
line.
as far back, well, I've seen 16,
So I guess that's why I'm now, you may mention that, I'm wondering why.
but it
we're
just
having
depends what's
difficulty.
in there.
Well, I guess I'm asking, then if you're saying back to 16, why are we having difficulty in tracking a disaster fund? How long has that fund existed or that reserve existed? And why are we having difficulty tracking what's occurred in that fund?
You can only track what you have support for. You can see dollars moving, but if those dollars don't have support telling why you moved it, we're just guessing at that point.
Well, where's the support? That's in my world, when I do an audit in my company,
Right.
we had boxes of stuff.
I
And there was the
understand.
support, right? And we
I
pulled out the
understand.
stuff. When the auditors came in, and I've seen that here with our auditors, you guys provide the boxes and there's a support. What about the years in the past when the previous finance director was?
I would assume that there were boxes with information, paper, hard copy information. Or if it was scanned in the, I don't know if they scanned, they probably didn't scan years ago, but we scan our things in. I would assume that and I can only assume that there were boxes for auditors to pull hard copies.
Well, where are those boxes now?
We've since then, if it was back from 14, we more than likely, right here, we probably have shredded those, right?
We keep records for at least 7 years. Where are the records for past 7 years?
Ms. Nance, did you want
If the previous finance team had documented that they had kept a digital version of them, then the original paper copies, the boxes that you're looking for, would have been destroyed during those record destruction times. Now, also, it depends on what the document it is as to how many years it's kept based off what the Texas State Library says. So I would have to pull up the list, but they, we don't keep them forever. They all have record retention schedules.
We're not responding to the question.
Okay,
It's very simple, Kira, very simple. I want something from 2020. I want something from 2019, from the
Mhm.
fiscal year with the supporting documentation. Where is that information?
if it was not scanned into the system to keep as a soft copy, then more than likely it is not here.
Okay.
It
So
has been
you're,
shredded.
so what you're saying and what Kiara is saying is, if Mayor Pro Tem wants information from 2020, it should be scanned in.
Should.
If it, right. That's
That-
I think that's what he's asking.
Okay,
And you don't have that, but you're saying you don't have that.
I would have to find it. I'm not saying I
Oh.
don't have it in a scanned copy. We would have to look for it.
Yeah.
One last question, I'll move on, Mayor. Just this time, this is just best practices. I want to know, and this goes for all departments, because I'll be asking, this goes every. I want an assurance that all records from all departments in our city remain with the city. Right?
Okay.
That we're not going to be held ransom at some point by some third-party vendor or the cloud company or something like that,
Mhm.
that we don't have access to the information that we need. And I just make that as a request. I would like to get assurance of that.
Yes, sir.
So Ms. Holly,
Yes.
you said that there roughly was $4.2 million transferred into an investment fund. Is it still there?
I didn't get to look that far yet, so I don't know if it is.
Okay. So we would need to know if it's still there, and if it's still there, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, at what point will we use these monies to, for their intended purpose? Which has nothing to do with you, Ms. Holly, but a question for council and administration. These were COVID related funds. They need to be expended on COVID related expenditures.
I thought that was $1.7 million left in the fund.
In the disaster fund, right, but $4.2 million went through it into an investment fund. And
So the question is it still in the investment fund? Is that where you're at?
because over the years, we have used taxpayer dollars on COVID operations, just here, there, masks, and other things that we were doing at, I believe we had ended up having additional personnel. And so all sorts of things that we used taxpayer dollars to get through COVID. Those monies were reimbursed to municipalities because of those unexpected, right, lost revenue and unexpected. So we just need to make sure the money's where it needs to be, back in the rightful place, the taxpayers.
So Mayor, I'm looking at Texas Class now. Is the City of Lamarque ARPA account. What's sitting in there now is 4.6 million.
Okay. Can we trace that back to the COVID funds?
ARPA is not COVID.
I'm sorry, I misheard you. Say again.
Oh, this is ARPA, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay,
Ar-
okay.
I'm-
Thank you for
I'm
that,
so
Mayor
sorry.
Pro Tem.
Yeah.
So we have not found the COVID. I mean, not that we haven't found it, but that was not the COVID
No,
numbers. Okay.
all of our Texas Class accounts, we have an ARPA, we have a EDC, and we have a TERS. That's it.
Okay. So, but the last time that Ms. Holly said the last place those funds were
Transfer.
into this Texas fund.
In 2023, it was transferred money to the investment account.
Yeah.
Well, Mayor, perhaps we need some clarification. We don't have one sole investment account. Ms. Turner? Ms. Turner, will you just let
Yes,
us
sir.
all know,
Yeah.
what are all the investment accounts that we have? We have
Logic,
Logic, we have the Logic.
Text pool,
The Texas Pool is part of TML,
yes,
correct?
Yeah.
That's TML. And there's another one,
Texas class.
okay?
And we have another account, it's called DWS.
Okay,
It's a, small account that we have.
yes.
And
So
that's,
there's
what?
4 of them.
that stands for,
I don't know what the acronym means, but I can find out for you.
okay.
And so that we all understand, we get money that comes in, say grants or our tax revenues, and we don't utilize it all on that one day.
Right.
So in order to earn interest off of, and that's a category here, interest earnings, we move it into these investment accounts. That the class I went to, that's the class you went to, Ms. Turner. I
Yes,
think that's the one your staff is going to as well too.
yeah,
I encourage council members.
Yeah.
To go with too. And as there is a need for those funds. For example, disaster. We transfer them out from the investment pool to pay that bill that's associated with, say, disaster. And we also submit a reimbursement request, if it's appropriate, to FEMA or to do the Texas Department of Emergency Management. Now, here's what you're doing. You're tracking that. You're putting the notes. We transferred in X amount of dollars that you said ARPA. You're tracking ARPA. And you're also letting us know when the money is utilized from the ARPA fund to be transferred out. Right, okay.
yes, we get a report from Grant Works.
So grant work, all right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's see if we could track those, and get back to council. We don't want to just wait on that.
I still have a few questions.
Yeah, we will let, Ms. Yancey, follow up with questions, and see where we are. Ms. Yancey.
So I'm on the Cesar, I'm on that page where you have about the general fund revenues. At 41 cents, and I just want a quick answer if you know it. Could you tell me for each column? Because I remember Mayor being on the council when we were at 113 days, according to Susie, right, of reserve and the reserve funds. So where would we, could you and if you don't know it now, that's fine, just let me know. As far as where would we be for reserve fund days?
Okay.
At 41 cents, at 40, at 39? Because we want to make sure that we're above 90 days, right?
Yep.
And I remember at one time, I think we were like 83 or something like that.
73,
73.
as of fiscal year 23, with the audit.
Oh, we've come
That's
down
73.
a lot. Okay.
FY22, I believe we're at 77 and it dropped to 73.
Okay.
Mhm.
So at 41, could you let me know where we would be at each tax rate that's being
Okay.
proposed here? As far as the fund balance, and I don't know, because I want to make an intelligent decision. At a healthy organization, and I know we just said 73 to 90. But
Well-
for general practice's sake, 90 days above is the best,
Well,
right?
if I could help answer that, really, the rate may or may not really determine that. What really
Okay.
determines is the difference between what your revenue is and your expenses. So for example, back to Mayor's point that he was making, just because you have 1.1, right now, doesn't mean you have to expend all of it. You could leave a couple 100,000 in
Right,
reserves
but I
if
just
you
need
want
to
be that.
propose, like, what is our, for me, I want to know
You-
what would I propose, if we do 41 cents, do we want to stay at 85? Do we want to stay at 73? Like, what would,
Gotcha.
what was it? For me, that's, because I like to stay, because you never know what
Right.
type of emergency may come. You may have 2 hurricanes back to back, but you want to make sure you have 3 months of reserves, period.
So
for
if
anything.
I understand that correctly, if we're at 73 right now, you'd like
Okay.
to know how much we would need to get to 90. So an additional 17 days. All right, but we'll
Okay.
have to work.
How do we, and I know you
How do
can't
we
answer
get
that
to
right now,
90?
but how do we get to 90? Just
Okay.
so we can, because I know when I came on the council in 21, we were at like 113 days, and I remember writing those notes. And that was nice because, and I just remember being an employee of the Marque ISD. And when they start going below 90 cents reserve, even though I know we have these investment accounts, Mayor, and all that to kind of circumvent, I just want, for me, that's important to note. So you won't have to go into those accounts if you don't have to. Because with climate change and everything happening with Hurricane Burrow, we saw how that came out, right? We picked up more debris this year, I think, than we did in the last 2 years with hurricanes. So I would just like to see what that would be.
Very good.
Mayor.
Yes, hold on just a minute. Are you done, Ms. Yancey?
Mhm.
Mr. Lowry, you wanted to go into a discussion about professional fees?
Well,
And then you can go whatever you.
yeah,
whatever else.
so, as far as the tax rate, I really like where you're going with that. As far as the 39 cents, because we will have more money. And what we need to listen, not just here, we need to listen to the public. The two things that the public wants, police, infrastructure. Those two things are what we as a council should be focusing on. We got to take the emotions out of, we have to take the emotions out of budgets. A lot of people, my heart wants to give everybody everything. That's in my heart. I want to give everybody a 10% raise. I mean, that's what my heart wants to do. But we got to go back to logic. We got to use logic with this stuff. But we need to stay focused on what the public wants, and that's police and infrastructure. Professional fees. What all is professional fees, Mayor? I'm not understanding that. Is it just for every department gets, because we have some that were at 3,000 up to 60,000. So what? Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you finish. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what is
What all is in
Yes,
those,
sir.
all of those line items, what things are in there?
Certainly. So professional fees could cover your engineering, your attorneys, any type of attorneys, any types possible, right? And those are the professional fees that would be allotted to that. For example, professional fees would be paying for the current grant writer that, that we have on contract. Those would all fall under those type of professional fees.
okay.
And different departments have different amounts based on that. So for example, if Ms. Turner needed assistance from forget the young lady's name, that would be that portion of professional fees, right? If it's city clerk's office, it might be for the attorney, right? So the fees would be different. For public works and development service, it's probably going to be engineering. Or in this case, their outside permitting company, which we currently use BBG. So to answer your question, it depends by department, but those are the types of fees that would fall under those line items.
So when we're using Gus, he's getting billed per department.
So with his, it's a little bit different, right? Because remember, he's also the prosecutor. So that portion of that bill would come from court's budget.
Mhm.
Then what he does for us would come out of whatever our budget is to actually take that out. So it depends on what he's doing.
Okay. So, but so bottom line is it's legal or
Legal,
architect
engineering,
or
architects, engineers, something of that nature. Yes, sir.
okay. I just really want to hammer home the police, the fire. If we got to make cuts other places, there's businesses locally, nationally that are failing, that are going under. There's companies that can't give their guys raises. We need to be conscious of what we're doing as a government when there's failing businesses because of current state of the economy. So we need to be very thoughtful of that, because we go and give somebody a 2%, 3%, 4% raise, and you got 200 business owners in the community going, I can't even give my guys a raise. We got to be conscious of that. That's
Understood. No, absolutely. I just want to make sure we provided the information that was requested. Whatever the will is of how we want to divvy that up, back to Councilman Yancey's point, if you want to leave a cushion to be further in the black to increase your 90-day to get closer to the 90 days, that's the will of this body.
So let me ask you a question. At 41 cents, does that include the raise for police and fire?
Mhm.
The mandatory CBA raises, yes, not the non-CBA raises.
Okay.
I call them
But the-
raises. They're not really raises.
Yeah.
They're cost of living increases.
living, and
Right.
normally that's 2%. We gave them a 4% COLA or 3%.
No, so,
Yeah,
so
those-
the CBA for PD is getting 6 and
Six.
fire is getting 8. The non-CBA, 2 years ago, we did 4%.
Right.
This year, this past year, current year that we're sitting in is at 2.
Oh.
This year for FY 25, you have the options of 2, 3, or 4 for you to decide.
Or is it
Obviously,
0,
Or 0.
or
whatever,
5, or
Or
10.
1.5,
Right.
or 1 point, it could be whatever number. We just try to kind of
But
give you
40
a la carte and choices
my-
that we can calculate as need be.
My question is, at 41 cents, according to the budget you just provided for us, does that give the raise?
Only the CBA raises.
CBA
Only
raise?
the CBA raises.
And 39 cents does include the CBA raise?
Only the CBA
Okay,
raises.
so that's the negotiated rate, basically.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That is our contractually obligated raise.
So 41 cents gives them what?
Right now, all 3 of these budgets, in the blue, any one of those options only gives you the level of
Okay.
service you had this year, plus your legally contractually obligated CBAs
Okay.
for police
PD
and
and
fire.
fire.
So there's no extra then?
No, this was your 0 budget.
This is,
Okay.
this
This
is
is the
the,
zero
the,
budget.
yeah,
Okay.
zero based, the number 19,543 down there in expenditures, zero base, zero balance. That was them doing the best they could, making an estimate for how 24 will end, carrying that over into 25.
Right.
And simply adding the contractual obligated. We know that the police have a police union that negotiates their
Right.
salary, compensation, training, working conditions. Fire department has one as well, salary, training.
So that's not
Compensation.
adding the 4 policemen they request.
That's not adding any additional officers. That's simply meeting our obligation to increase their salaries based on negotiations that we approved 2 or 3 years ago, right? So that's the 19.5. Now, the council will have to work toward, the reason I asked them to do this way is now the council will have to do the work of building back in what we believe is important. But before we do that, we have to settle on how much monies are we gonna have to build back in, and that's where the 41, the 40, the 39
Right.
come in, as well as what can we do to increase game room ordinance, franchise fees, EMS revenue, to give us a little bit more revenue, so council can say at the end of it, we got 1.2, we got 1.3 in revenue that we can divvy up based on needs, community needs, police, fire, public works, whatever the council so chooses. And that will happen whether the tax rate is at 41 cent or 39. Just how much monies we will have to play.
Right.
I don't like the word play, but how much monies we will have to expend.
Right.
Yeah.
Or do we just want to keep the surplus?
Right, right. Or do we just want to hold some of that back to add into the general fund? Absolutely, absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem.
These numbers have been helpful. Thanks for your suggestion, Mayor. Of course, these things could have been included originally,
Yeah.
and that would have been very helpful, right?
Valuable,
It just-
painful lessons learned.
Right,
Yep.
so I'm just saying these things, right? It's just, so, and we would have, and I say these things first, I'll say up front, I've said it before, many members of council have said, I'm one for long-term planning. We, as a city, should be looking at 5-year planning. That way we sit down with police, we sit down with fire, we sit down with other departments. Marque historically has not done that. It is a year by year, what's the popular flavor sort of thing going on. And then we proceed accordingly. 5-year, you lay out a plan, you lay out where you believe your police strength should be, your personnel and fire, public works, objectives on infrastructure, objectives on road building, and a 5-year. Larger cities with CPAs, and I'm not, I've been very open about saying that eventually I think we need a CPA as a finance director. and I've said that before, not to impugn your integrity and your knowledge base. But that's just me. I feel more comfortable in my background in having that. Because if we have problems, they have a license standing behind them and we can make claims against that, just like our attorney. That's my view. Now, the overage and having said that, a 5-year plan, and I looked at the asks in here of all of the fire, principally in here, it's fire, police, and then some other departments like the smaller library, I think, and the parks and some others. The streets we have in here too on that side. But just between the asks between police and fire total over $6 million. That accurate, Ms. Turner? The asks total over $6 million.
Actually, it's more like 7.
Well, yeah, I'm being nice, but 6 million. I'll round it out lower. Yeah, near. So the 7 million. And remember, at the existing rate, we really only have to play with is the $1.1 million at the 41. At the 41. So my view, and it has always been, I've been no secret about this, is that we maintain the 41-cent rate. We need to have some stability, but we also need to lay out the plan for the next 5 years. The goal is, I also said when I first joined council, I like reducing taxes, but there has to be a plan. Just like I sat down myself and I realized that I was spending, God knows, obviously I like food. And I started looking at all my credit card expenditures and my God, I was spending like $800 a month on eating out. And I think I've got to change that, right? I've got to start buying my groceries and stop going to all the restaurants. And so it's a change, So but in that planning, I believe that we can, and in my mind as well, I look at the percentages. How have we percentage-wise utilized our funding? X amount, once again, look at what we've done. X percentage has been going to fire, X percentage has been going to police, X percentage to public works and other activities. And that's also my template, is looking at the dollars and how do we maximize those. So I believe that we should hold the line at the 41. I think that we should work collaboratively to come up with a plan over the next, if not 5 years, at least the next 2 years. Let's start small and with a goal of 5 and go over what we can do now based upon what we have, holding it stable, and then looking at those reductions in the next year. Now, we've been very fortunate in this process this year because we've had some nice earnings from interest, correct, Ms. Turner?
That is correct. Yes.
We've been fortunate. There'll be adjustments that will happen. Probably the Fed is probably going to be adjusting downward on the interest because inflation has gone down and then unemployment has remained steadily low. And so that's why the planning, the financial planning has to be, is important. But I want to be supportive, and I said it publicly, to what we can do on our police and fire And then the infrastructure, the roads. The roads is what we have to do. And I do see, by the way, as you've laid this out, some of these things we can immediately, like the, what was it, not the cameras? Yeah, the body camera. The police chief reported that we were seeking some grant funding for that, as I recall, and it's still, the whole package is included in here. So that's how I'd be approaching it, and that's why I think we should hold that stable for the 41, accomplish what we need to accomplish. Let our residents know that the objective is to steadily decrease that as well. I did confirm, Mayor, that our level is at 20,000. And in terms of the exempt amount on your taxes, I would also like to see that amount go up. But as a plan, right? Not a full 20,000, but at 5,000, probably beginning next year, an increase in the exempt amount when you pay your taxes. So if your home is valued at 100,000, you subtract 20,000 from that. Next year, you subtract 25,000 and continue that as well too. That's another way of offering decreases in terms of the tax bill as well. But in terms of where we're at this time financially, I urge us to hold steady and do what we can and do our planning. By the way, a local city, which is the largest city, this is going to be interesting to everybody too. They and their proposed budget, they're having to dip into their reserves to balance the budget. So their expenditures are over 300,000 more than the revenues. And so they're dipping into their reserves to cover that on that side. But they're willing to do that because of the requests that are being made from the various departments. That's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's 2:20. Let's take about a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:30. Hello again. We are in our August 19th, I believe, budget workshop. We are continuing discussion about the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. I believe, Mr. Garcia, you were ready to respond to a few of the questions that we had earlier in the discussion.
Yes, Mayor. Couple of the questions I were asked, and I know we have our fire chief and our police chief here in case I need to answer any. The fire department's OT for the fiscal year of 2024 was budgeted to be at about 150,000. Due to operational needs, we estimate that they were going to end, and if I'm wrong in my estimations, please y'all correct me, roughly $550,000 is where they would end up. Based on that, the fact that now we're almost fully staffed, for 2025, originally we were going to drop that to 100. With this new change that we did, that you asked us to try to get that closer to zero to the where we needed to be, that is shown in your budget books today at $300,000 for the fire department. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. It's not quite all the way to where it was this year, but you did also, part of the process and the discussions, tell us about trying to reduce the overtime.
So it's 300,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I have those figures for police as well.
Okay.
Police's overtime budget for fiscal year 2024 was also budgeted for $150,000. They are estimated by the end of the year to finish at 350. For this next fiscal year, that is proposed right now in your budget books at $300,000.
Fire department has a minimum staffing. I don't know that council understands exactly what that means, but they have a minimum staffing, and I believe that number is 8 now. Or is it 6? What's the number? 8? 8. So if we were to go below 8, that triggers a mandatory overtime situation. So with PD, how are we accruing or accumulating those large amounts of overtime? Fire department, we understand they drop 1, you have no choice. You have to add 1. They drop 2, you add 2, whatever that looks like. How did we accrue? And how are we projecting $300,000 in police overtime?
If I could ask Chief to approach to explain that. And this year he's estimated to end at 350. We have tried to reduce that to 300 for the upcoming year. Chief, could you please help us understand where your numbers of 300, how did you get to 350? What caused you to get to 350 in overtime for this year?
We were short telecommunicators. We've been down to 5. We need to have 2 sitting there. Probably 25% of our overtime is due to telecommunicators. They do receive a lot of overtime. We're right now totally staffed at 8, which in my career, that's been for 2 days in the past. So hopefully we've exceeded that right now. That'll continue. We've had other cities lose their telecommunicators to come to us. It's unbelievable what's happening. Same thing with the officers, where we have 1 opening and we're about to hire another officer from another city. Once we receive that, we're going to go from, I know you'll probably get to this, Mayor, our minimum staffing is 1 supervisor and 2 officers. We're going to go to 1 supervisor and 3 as soon as we get fully staffed, which has never happened before in our city. That can increase down the road, but we have to have 3 on duty or our city is unsafe, and we have to call people in, officers in, if we get less than that.
So 25% of the overtime is dispatch. Sounds like you need 2 dispatchers at all times.
Yes, sir.
One of them calls in sick, takes vacation, whatever the case may be, then you have to call in another, right?
Correct.
So that's 25%. How much overtime, let me ask you differently. how much overtime can be attributed to directly to regular patrols? In other words, how much of that $300,000 is attributed to, we had to call Officer A or Officer B in, and they had to help us work this, this shift patrol on this.
That
shift?
happens periodically. I would say maybe once every 2 weeks. You know, you have people on training, required training by mandatorily by law. Then you have a person take sick leave.
As Officer,
so,
that's
you know,
Lieutenant Gandy.
it-
I'm just asking him if you want
And
to
you,
come
the
and
sergeant
add.
standing there with him and and another officer.
Yeah.
So that we have to call somebody in at that point. That probably and it's hard to predict that. It just happens. I would say once we get fully staffed, it's going to be, you know, the mayor, city manager just talked about it. We probably could live with 300, but we're spending 350 actually, or at least. If we watch the special events, which our city just loves special events, I'm telling you that. And if we get our money back from Bayou Fest, which we do get it back, which is probably a lot of money. We're doing better, but we need to watch special events. I mean, it's great. Our city loves it, but there's a cost. There's a cost. Even special things that council members want from us, which has been recently, we kept a cost. It's $2,000 to $3,000 for, you know, I need this, and it's nice to have, but we need to be careful. I'm telling Caesar every time a council member asks for an item. I mean, if it's top of my head, it's not a price. But when we have to spend, like I did recently, 16 hours with this man right here, I lost him for two full days to do a report. That does add up. So we got to really help us do this, help us get there, because a lot of it's not us. It's external requirements. But I will say this, we have 2 seats in our dispatch. It's really hard when a person needs to use the restroom. We have to call an officer in off the street to sit there so we could be sure to keep my officer safe. So, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's very important. The bathroom is about 100 feet away. We got to have 2 people sitting there. We should.
Yeah.
And if you do 2 times 4.5, that's 9 people we need to have in dispatch. We have only 8. So mathematically, we're not even meeting the standard.
So is it safe to, did you want to add something, Lieutenant?
Another really,
Microphone.
another key aspect of our overtime, and it's unavoidable, is that anytime there's a serious crime that happens after hours, whether it be a homicide, an aggravated assault, or something like that, that requires investigative follow-up, whether it's and it's not just CID, we have a crash team that comes out. For example, you know, we had that really bad auto pedestrian accident last year on the freeway where we had to close both sides of the freeway. That became very labor intensive as far as overtime, because we have to bring guys in for traffic control. We have to bring guys in for to actually investigate the incident, you know. So a lot of those things, SRT, if we have to run a search warrant somewhere, we can't pull from what we have on the street for a couple of reasons. Staffing levels, number one, and then also a lot of these guys have specialized training. They work together as a team, so it's a team that has to go do those kind of things. So that requires overtime. A lot of those things are just unavoidable until we become Houston Police Department and we have a full-time SWAT. We have a full-time day shift CID. We have a full-time night shift CID. We have a full-time crime scene during the crime scene unit during the day, and a full-time crime scene unit at nighttime. So those are the kind of things that eat up a lot of those narcotics investigations, proactive investigations. They're labor intensive. A lot of times we get pulled up into Houston or into other jurisdictions, and it takes those hours add up. We do get reimbursed by some of these different task forces for some of that time, but it just depends. But a lot of those things are just unavoidable.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, just as I think this through with you. Would it be helpful or beneficial to us as a community to have one of those detectives flexed out maybe once a month. I don't know how many detectives we have, but perhaps flex that person out to maybe like a 1 to 10 shift. They would still do their normal duties. But
So a little history, we've
Right,
tried,
right.
we've tried that in the past. And the problem is to have that full-time, essentially full-time night shift investigative person is that so much of your investigative duties require follow-up and calls and pulling surveillance videos and doing interviews and stuff like that, that a lot of that wasn't able to be done at 2, 3, 4 in the morning or even in the evening hours. Now, some of it could, but once you got past those first couple hours, and then when we're talking about the really serious stuff, I mean, it's so if we have a homicide, anytime I always say that anytime somebody dies before they're supposed to, we take it, we give it every bit of effort and resources that we have to. So if we have a homicide, it's pretty much all hands on deck, and that has proved fruitful for us. So that, we've been able to solve some of these homicides within the first 24, 48 hours. Now for the more minor stuff, it just depends. We usually try to follow up on it the next day, if we have to, or if we can. If there is something that we can do to coming out at night, if there's some benefit for us coming out, there's an interview to do, there's a video that we got to go get to capture that night, or there's a chance that we can get this guy within the time period allowable by law before we got to file a warrant, we'll come out and do those follow-ups. But it's kind of a mixed bag. We've tried it in the past, and it hasn't worked out great for us.
yeah. Caesar, did you want to continue?
Yes, sir. I was just going off of that list. You also asked for a list of current vacancies that we have at present time. We currently have, if you remember, you requested for this past year for us to get the total code enforcement officers to be to 6. That was 4 code 1s, a code 2, and a code supervisor. We have been able to hire some of those positions, lost some transition. Today, there's an offer pending for 1, but we're still 1 vacant. So you asked for vacancies currently. We're still 1 vacant in code as a code officer. There's a part-time permit specialist. We lost one of our longtime employees in that area for development services. We have the public relations clerk, which we currently have an offer out for. We just recently heard, I think this past week, we have a vacancy that will be coming up in EDC, doesn't matter, but it's our public relations specialist, Ms. Mandy. And then we have an IT assistant. We also learned this past week that Kyle's losing somebody from his team. That's the total list of vacancies, non-public works, non-PD, and non-fire that you asked us to review.
Okay. What else?
The request for the budget officer is part of the packages. It's listed as the amounts of what it would be, fringe and everything else. It's listed as part of the packages there, behind tab 2 under the finance label. Should you want to go that route? I do need to get more of a breakdown for those salary adjustments for operations. We talked about planning last year, or this current year we're sitting in right now would have been year 1 of getting those operators closer to where they need to be. So what we've done is the breakdown is broken down by department in the packages right now for that extra, the year 2 of the extra $100,000. I don't have it broken down by position yet. So I would need to bring that back to you as to how we would divvy those up. On the conversation about EMS revenues, franchise fees, and game room adjustments, I know Kiera's been talking to legal. I know that Chief Merriman may have some comment on the EMS revenue. And then we also didn't get what you asked for as far as the franchise fees as to where you wanted to go with that. I'm sorry. What's going on? As to where you want to go, but those are the things that you asked us to follow up on, Mayor.
Okay. Well, let's we're at about 10 minutes to 3. Council, do we have any questions for the city manager as relates to the information he just provided?
Yeah, well, more comments, I guess. It goes back to listening to the public. I hear you, you know, I hear the new hire this and assistant that, and assistant, everybody wants assistant. I mean, personally, I want to give everybody 2 or 3 assistants. That's the generous person in me, but go back to listening to the public. What do the public want? Police, infrastructure. Let's stay focused on that. So Mr. Gandy, we don't have a CID team for nighttime?
No, sir.
So the major events, there's no CID, there's no help. It's just pull in and stack overtime.
Yeah, so we come in, generally, we have one person that is on call all the time. So there's always somebody to respond no matter what. We have to, you know, you just have to, for that week, you have to stay close and have your phone on. If the call comes, you show up.
Understood.
Same thing for our crime scene guys. And then because I have a really good team, when we do have a serious crime or whatever, usually I have several guys between CID and some of the proactive units and stuff that will respond to come in and help us. But yeah.
And then the other thing too is same with SRT. There's only one, you have one SRT, so there's no nighttime, no daytime. That's one response unit that's specifically trained together as a unit for effectiveness. And there's one team for daytime and nighttime, correct?
Correct.
So that's another thing that would, because you can't account for how many drug busts are going to be next or how many warrants we're going to have to execute with SRT. So those are another thing I want to bring up. And then again, we got one K9 for daytime and nighttime. That's
Well, it's really for nights. It's that K9 works 6 to 6 PM to 6 AM. So it's really for one shift at night.
we need to fill that.
And kind of just, I just wanted to follow up on something too that you'd mentioned about some of the other departments and everything too, is how they play into ours. I will say that, and again, IT has become incredibly important for us because every aspect of what we do between the computers, the radios, every bit of, even the tasers, they all have some IT element to them. So much of our stuff is cloud-based and the in-car cameras and everything requires a computer and a IT officer. So I know there was some discussion about, you know, and I only say this because I think a second ago, IT assistant is one of the openings or whatever. And I know we've been for years advocating for somebody to be just assigned to public safety or God bless just the PD because we'll keep them busy.
And that person deals with open records too, which would be a voluminous task at times, I would imagine.
Yeah, because I mean, we do, even our records clerks, you know, everything that they do, all the body cameras, everything, the servers and everything it's just there. We have so much digital evidence and everything. It's something that we definitely need.
Kyle and I talked about that over the weekend, and he's asked for an IT person for the PD, well, for public safety for years, many years. There's so much intricate stuff going on with the PD. I know fire has their own issues on that. I have to keep calling Kyle on stuff because I'd go to that meeting, I'd be, you know, in the dark without his expertise. So there should be somebody working for Kyle that's addressed to public safety only, because we have a lot of IT stuff just in the PD.
I get that. I go to Kyle once a week to fix my phone, so he's a busy man.
I have some.
Go ahead, John.
Mayor, going back to overtime, once again, we need to keep in mind, we're seeing things that happen. The special events need to be limited. Council members' requests for whatever needs to understand there's cost for that. We don't have a special person assigned to that. And we'll keep the overtime down as much. I'm very critical on people taking overtime. The thing is, if we're gonna go with 300K, which we've asked for 350, we might have to drain the bank at one point and tell city manager that we're running low. Because if we don't do that, we're gonna not be able to support whatever happens. So we'll go with 300 if you you do that as far as our budget. But just understand that we can't foresee in the future. I don't have a crystal ball yet, and we might have to go to the bank.
So let's be clear, because you're saying something really cryptic, and I want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. You're not suggesting that council members are asking for some sort of protection or anything like that. You're not saying those things.
No.
Okay.
No,
So when you say council members asking requests,
Right.
are folks asking for information, requesting
yes,
information, things like that?
Yeah, right. We're not staffed with a person in IT or a certain person
Yeah.
to do certain things. We have a record section. We have two people in there, but when they ask for something or something's asked for, that's like Lieutenant Gandy. I lost him for 2 full days about a week and a half ago. Drum up a report that we just don't have it in our system.
Yeah.
We don't have a GIS specialist. And it just gets to be, we got to say timeout. We can't do it in
Sure.
the future.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that
Right.
the people that are listening understood
No.
what you meant. You're talking about a request for information.
Right. Certain information that we don't have the people for.
Right.
I mean,
I
League
understand.
City's got a person for everything. We don't. Houston does.
Sure.
Okay.
I understand.
Chief, could you
Go ahead,
clarify
Jim.
some things for me? In the ask side, on the ask side, we had previously talked about 2 K9s, but I see that there are 3 that are listed here.
Yes, sir. Councilman Ross was concerned that we didn't have coverage and Councilman Lowry for all shifts. So we have 1. We've asked for 2 last year. So what we're saying is, if you want to do what you all would like us to have, we would need 3 more. 1 on each shift, which is not unreasonable. The bad guys hit us every, different shifts, and we just only have it on 1 shift right now.
I see that. I just didn't see the 3
Yes,
initially,
right.
but now.
And they're very
again,
expensive.
X amount of dollars, I understand the
It's
request.
about 20K for a dog, fully trained dog, and then the TAM was around 10.
The other question, what does APC stand for? 350,000
That's an armored personnel carrier.
armored personnel
Again,
carrier.
it's to the wish list that the councilman asked us to do. Councilman Ross said, what do we really want? And my staff went wild over that. He made a bunch of points on that, but the thing is, if you want to know what we really want, there's times that we need it's not a track vehicle like you think with the military where they eight soldiers jump out. It's got wood tires, but it's like the one Texas City has. They got theirs from the whole refineries as a grant or given to them. It's 300K, and it would roll up to a car, a building, or whatever, keep our officers safe if we ever have to do high risk apprehension. You say, come on out, and they look at the big old iron tank, and they're going to come out. The thing is, that's something we would like to have.
What does SRT stand for?
Special Response Team. I just say this, we don't like the word SWAT. I'm going to tell, our staff's trying to use the word SRT. SWAT's got some negative connotations, just the wording, Special Weapons and Tactics. Special Response Team is what we have, and it's really a SWAT team, but we'll just call it SRT for purposes. I'd rather use that name, Special
And
Response Team.
that request is for what, training for a SWAT? I mean, for a special response team?
Oh, that's the new body armor.
A body armor.
So your SRT SWAT teams require a additional level of something more than the standard patrol officer is going to have, because they're dealing with high risk, high danger situations.
So they're the chief, we're just in the first year of a grant that's covering the 8 police positions, 6, I'm sorry, 6. the first year, right?
The 6 officers for the cops hiring grants, a
The cops.
2022 grant started. We're in our 2nd year. We have 1 more fiscal year left.
Oh, there's
That's
one
6.
more.
At 6, yes, sir.
So there's 1 more fiscal year left
Correct,
for the 6.
correct.
And so after this year, for the fiscal year 24-25, that grant goes away
Yes, sir.
unless it's renewed.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be applying for renewing,
We
right?
already did that. We
Oh,
already,
you did that.
we asked for 6, you gave us 2
Okay.
to apply for.
But in all respects, in terms of, I guess it gets back to my point about planning for the future. In order to maintain those positions, in the event that the grant goes away, we need to start anticipating that that should be in our upcoming budget for the
Following fiscal,
25,
26.
26 fiscal year.
That's firm.
That's a
sir.
carryover item there. And I'm seeing all these positions for proposed jailer. I think there's 4 of them I see here. We don't have a jailer right now?
So we used to, in 2012 or 13, in our budget, we got 2 and they were not full-time, they were part-time. For some reason, we did away with it, but it's nice to have because by our policy and by standards to be accredited and just good safety, my officers have to come in off the street every hour and make a check of the jail and make sure everything's fine. Even if we have 1 person in the jail, that takes them off the street. So we should have jailers and they make sure they're safe, they make sure that's clean. That should be a reality because sometimes we have a jail full and sometimes we have 1, sometimes we have none. But that is something we should have. And we did away with it due to budgetary reasons back in, I think, 13, if I'm not mistaken.
A jailer is a civilian position.
Civilian position,
So it's civilian.
very low, lower income and lower salary and fringe.
And the other item that I wanted some clarity on was the 50 body worn cameras here
Yes,
that
sir.
you have at 1,000 each. As I remember, where our goal is, you applied for a grant that's covering, I think, 10 or 15 of them.
I think it's covering more than that, sir. It's a
More than
Lone
that?
Star grant. And we've asked for, I think, between the fire and us, something like 65 total cameras. I think 15 go to the fire and 50 go to us.
Yeah, the body cameras, we
That's
asked,
on videos.
we asked for 50. We asked for 50 in the Lone Star grant.
Oh,
We asked for 50 on the body cameras, through the grant. We'll find out, hopefully in the next couple of months, whether we get that or not. But it was an ask for what we need and
what we need. So we're covering that with the grant. Okay,
Oh,
all right. And there was okay, I think those are my questions on that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Question?
About the armored vehicle, it shocks me that we don't have that here in the Marque. Looking at our crime stats for decades, when these officers are going in to a serve a warrant or something, they're sitting ducks all the way through that door. Let's protect them the entire time, through the approach, through the entry. We got to give them everything they need. These are brothers, these are sisters, these are moms, these are dads. I mean, a KBT breach tool, they don't have that. I mean, it's the 1950s, they're using their feet. I mean, they need their tools. Please give them the tools that they need. I'm begging everybody up here, please. We got to give them everything they need, start to finish. We can't have them sitting ducks driving up to a building that's hazardous to them. It's critical.
If I can, and I can just probably speak openly to this, and if I'm wrong in saying this, I apologize, and I'm not making an excuse. but I did not know about the missing tool or the missing apparatus for 300,000 that was requested until these packages were brought before you as their wish list. I knew about all the other items that were brought forward, but and again, if I missed that, I apologize, but I don't think that was ever on any of the lists of the times that we talked, because we would have added it to our capital improvement plan that we brought to you for a first draft for review. Everything that they've asked for was put in that CIP, and that's how we got our hunting list to go out and go try to find grants for it to try to lessen the burden on our actual budget. So I apologize for that if I'm wrong, but that's the marching orders that we took.
So from my perspective, honestly, I mean, it's always definitely something I think we needed and wanted and everything like that. But especially from a guy who's been here for 17 years, you know, it's always seemed outside of my frame of vision, you know, as what I considered possible on, honestly. And especially, you know, I've prioritized the other, you know, the facility, the other things that haven't happened yet. So it was a little, you know, so yeah, that is fair. We haven't probably formally brought it up in a while. If I'm speaking of a place.
No, it's
Can I speak? Can I say something?
Yes.
Just to add on to what Gandy's saying, and actually what Councilman was saying as well. We've had incidents before. One I can think of right off where we had an armed barricaded subject that, you know, we called GPD. We had to wait for them to come over the causeway, get over here. But as soon as that subject saw that APC pull up to his mobile home, everything was de-escalated from that point. All it took was him seeing it, and it de-escalated. So
I'd imagine.
right.
We've had a case where one position I was in the department where it rolled up, the same one that Texas City has, and it had a probe in the front. If they were in a car, they wouldn't get out. It was two people. It broke the window in the car, and all the officers were inside. And of course, when he seen this thing happen, he got out of the car and turned himself in.
So it can be used for breaching as well.
Right.
It's not just an armored vehicle. It's got multiple
Right.
purposes.
When that pokes into your car and you see this big old piece of iron out there, you're gonna come out.
Or door,
You
or
know,
wall, or
no one
window.
got hurt.
So it's a multi-purpose tool.
I'm sorry, Councilman. But another use for it is, let's say there was an active shooter incident. It could be used to safely evac your constituents from that hot zone while they're protected from other rounds coming out of the school or the church or whatever, to get them to a safe area without them taking additional damage.
And it can handle high capacity, or excuse me, high powered rifles.
Correct.
And again, another thing, I don't want to, you know, belabor the point, but a lot of, you know, these staffing requests, and I know overall they seem very onerous, but you know, it's good to have all this cool equipment or this equipment that we need, but the people to put behind it is key. Also back to that overtime discussion and talking about dispatch, I don't want to forget, because sometimes we as police officers up here, we think about our own little world a lot, but you know, we've been talking a lot about over our last couple meetings about all these extra traffic stops that we're doing, these contacts that we're doing, all the additional calls for service, all the additional activity, all this growth that we have. All those phone calls are all being filtered through the same one or two people sitting in that dark room. So, you know, this is, I think the second or third year we've made that request for that additional telecommunicator. And like I said, it's like the chief said, it's really awesome that we're finally fully staffed in there, because that's a difficult area to staff, because it's a tough job. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'll retire before y'all make me a dispatcher. But the guys and gals in there definitely need the help. And I think that would also, I think it would offset the overtime, just to, I think it just makes sense. That's one of the requests.
Caesar's correct, Mayor. A lot of the stuff we didn't have presented to you, but since Councilman Ross and Lowry mentioned that, we
You added it.
opened the
Yeah,
closet,
sure,
okay?
Sure.
And floodgates are there.
Yeah, sure. We get it. We get it. No,
And don't get me wrong, I want your wish list, right? There have all been times in our lives where we had to throw out a wish list and see what stuck to the wall and take what we can get. Personnel first, more bodies, the better. And armored personnel carrier. Yeah, I love driving Bearcats, man. Don't get me wrong. Right? Or I can think back to the old Police Academy movie when they had the tank, the big smiley face and the "Have a nice day" sign on the front of it. That was probably that makes me giggle every time I think about it. So yes,
We'll do that if it helps.
but and we need the wish list so that we know where we're at. And yeah, it may take 5 years to get there, but we can start checking that little box and get there as we can. So, and that's the same thing with fire. I need your wish list so that I can get us there. So that one bite of the elephant at a time, that's the only way to get it.
ticket writers. How do we propose to pay for ticket writers?
What was
Ticket writers?
Ticket writers.
Ticket
Oh,
writers?
ticket writer.
Did we get that out of court
Yeah,
administrator?
yeah, we're hoping to have them completed by the end of the week, actually.
I was working with his IT guy, again, not to belabor another point, but that's another IT thing for us. One of my detectives was working with their IT guy to make sure that, try to get them things functioning, the new ones that we have coming.
Mayor, on
Go ahead, Jeff.
that point about ticket writers, and we're looking at potential additional revenue. Where there's a local city here, bigger budget than us, but they've included in there as a special fund, special revenue fund, billed separately. There's an additional fee for IT, and they add on to anybody's ticket that comes before the court, and they set it up as a special revenue fund.
Like a court cost.
You can't say court cost because you have to split
It's
that.
you're talking about the
Split that.
court technology?
Court technology,
Yeah,
right?
we have that.
We don't have that, the court technology fund.
We have that. It's in the court budget, I believe.
It's part of it.
The court tech, is it maintained separately? I didn't see it.
We have a court technology fund.
Court technology fund?
Percentage goes to court technology and a portion goes to the state.
No, that's, I'm talking about a total fund that stays with the city. I think we're talking about two different things, trying to find the exact term.
While you're doing that, Joe, let me go back and, so, Ms. Turner. One of the things that I discovered in your 3-year fund balance is a fund for equipment replacement. You remember that, Kyle?
Yeah. Yes.
Refresh my memory. What were we doing? I know that we tried to earmark equipment that supported public works. Incidentally, we have ARPA funds and all sorts of other funds that we can acquire those resources. Was there any other stipulation on that fund? And I'm asking you out of historical recollection and not Ms. Turner, who is familiarizing herself with this fund.
Yeah, Mayor, as you mentioned years ago, I remember Public Works did have the equipment replacement fund, and Public Works would come in front of council every year and budget 10, 20,000 to go to there, so that in 5 years, when a piece of equipment was deemed to be no longer usable, or in case it got damaged ahead of time, then they had a fund to actually purchase a new piece of equipment out. That stopped getting funded back when I want to say probably about, let's see, 10 years ago.
Mm,
It's been funded loosely, 3,000, 9,000,
It's been funded.
but not to what here's my
what we
point,
used to
yeah.
do.
Here's my
Right.
point to expedite this. In the police budget, there are a lot of things, not in their budget, but in their
5.
asks.
Hmm.
First of all, I thought I saw somewhere that we actually getting, is it body cameras? That we're
Body
actually
cameras.
getting? Was that a grant that we got awarded?
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't we get the tasers?
It was taser.
Taser,
Okay,
taser.
thank you.
They got the
thank you.
taser.
Okay. So things like equipping 10 CID vehicles with emergency response lights. Would that be equipment replacement? Handheld radios, in-car cameras, things of that nature. Would those things be considered, and I guess this is for you as well, Ms. Turner, equipment replacement, right? Graphics for 8 patrol cars. All of those things, those upgrades that are associated with equipment. Question is, I'm not necessarily proposing that we earmark at this time. I'm just trying to understand if these monies are available, because we might be able to address a lot of, we might not be able to get an armored personnel carrier out of it, but a lot of some of their other asks.
Mayor,
we-
when you
we-
mentioned graphics, that
That
wouldn't be. a
that wouldn't
part.
be one, okay. So some of the other things would. I guess my point is to expedite this. I would look to see what allowable expenses we would be able to take out of the equipment replacement fund for a lot of their vehicle needs, right? These are needs for the vehicles. The municipality owns those vehicles. And so if we could legally use those monies to help get these vehicles on the road. Now, it's my understanding, and I keep getting confused in this, but how many cars do we have that are ready to be on patrol? In other words, they're here. We just haven't put graphics on them. We haven't put cameras and lights and computers. How many new vehicles do we have here that have not been put in service?
There's 14 total we got over the last 14 months. I'd say 5 or 6, Lieutenant Giro.
So out
There's
of
10, there's 10 that aren't complete,
10 that are complete.
not complete.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rodriguez.
So out of the 14 that we've gotten over the past year and a half, 4 of them are completely good to go and are currently on the road. An additional 4 are in Houston getting the outfitting done. An additional 6 we have that are going to go in service, but they do not have dash cams, in-dash radios, and other pieces of equipment.
So there are 10 that will at some point be ready to go.
Probably within the next month.
And so my question then is, outside of that, we're needing 8 additional patrol units.
Correct. We need to
Okay.
start phasing out. We have 3 2014 Tahoes that have over 110,000 miles. We have additional 2015s, 2016s, all around 90,000 miles that we need to start phasing out.
Okay,
There's 8 that need to go, Mayor.
okay. So I would like, again, not necessarily the leases, Ms. Turner, because those leases are reoccurring.
Yes.
Whereas the equipment replacement fund isn't necessarily reoccurring. But if there are areas that we could use that fund for to help outfit these units, I would like to see that.
Okay.
One more thing, and then I'll give it back to Mayor Pro Tem. The SRT, the 75,000, I don't know that I heard what that was about.
That's for new body armor for the team to, again, start phasing out the old armor that we are currently using.
Okay, how many team members would 75,000 outfit?
9.
9?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I think I found what I was looking for, several items. and these are considered special revenue funds in this particular city. And the first of it is, they call it a municipal court TPRF fund. The fund is used to account for a fee of $15 per person convicted of a misdemeanor and pays any part of the fine, court cost restitution, and or another reimbursement fee on or after the 31st day of the date judgment is entered. Is basically pay your fine now or have the additional $15 fee added on. All right, so it's an incentive to pay your fee within a 13-day period. And the monies collected are used for improving the collection of outstanding court costs, fines, reimbursement fees, restitution, and improving the administration of justice. And so that's a fee that I'm not aware that we have in our system now. Then another special fee that I'm wondering about, we discussed, but I don't know if it's been tracked, Ms. Turner, is that we were part of an opioid settlement. And I remember we received a report that we received that. What happened to that money? Where is it at?
I remember that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and where is that at in our revenue side? I believe the amount for us was
Let me have someone look it up.
maybe 45 or in the 40s, I
Yeah.
think. So that's the opioid abatement. Is Chief Merriman, do we charge fire mitigation fees? Is to be fire mitigation fees. This other city charges it. I don't know what it means, but it's a healthy amount that they're just implementing. And it's used for funding for gear bags, for stipend crews, replacement thermal imagers, RIT bottles, replacement mattresses and covers, replacement tables and chairs. It's called a fire mitigation fee. And as a special fee. And
Kim,
let me find the others for the court.
Kim, Kim,
Keep talking, Joe.
I'm sorry?
Keep talking.
think about
And-
your constituents, Ms. Yancey.
And
you sit here.
the IT fund. I'm trying to find that one.
Kim,
Okay, I'll find the other one, but there was another IT fund separately that was being billed. Oh, it is Public Safety Technology Fund. Oh, aren't we participating in this? I see Lamarck listed here. It says the Public Safety Technology Fund. The fund provides a means of collecting payments from other jurisdictions who are members of the city's public safety system consortium. And the member cities include Lamarck. It says members contribute their share of the technology maintenance cost. Anything on that? Jogging memories? Okay. So that I see it listed here and it says Lamarck.
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have the state opioid
Yes,
account. We received in 24 $6,041.
$6,024.
$6,041.
yeah, it should have been higher than that.
I
think
was
we,
higher than that.
So 90 grand, remember?
yeah, we got
Yeah.
awarded now, whether or not that has made it through the process and arrived at our coffers, that may or may not be true.
Right.
But the award we received was 90,000. Now, again, it might not have made it to us yet.
When was that award given?
Sometime this past year, right? Somewhere in the past year.
Okay, let's look in.
We can ask
23.
Ms. Nance to research that for us and get us into a
Now, in
ballpark.
2023, we received in March 31,000.
Yeah, no, this was 90,
longer
somewhere
than
around
this.
90. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
We'll have to kind of look that up here. How long does it take before, once we are announced of being awarded it, when do we receive it?
I have no idea.
Okay,
No, ma'am.
all right, we'll take a look.
May I comment on that, Mayor?
Yeah, well, you have something to add?
Sir,
Absolutely.
Ms. Turner, so
Yes.
the opioid settlement is kind of a new thing, if you will.
Okay,
So it might take a while for it to trickle down. I believe, I want to say it was announced in 22 for the
oh,
first payment to have been in 23, and then it trickled down. I don't know that for a fact, but I know here is looking and I'm
Some
looking
research,
at what
yeah.
we find.
Were you done, Mayor Pro Tem?
I did find that other special revenue for the city. It's a municipal court, specifically for the municipal court technology fund. And
Yeah.
then they charge $4 per misdemeanor. I don't know if we're doing that or not.
Can we check to see?
Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, Susan.
Yes, sir.
I know you're working on revenues how would you say, incoming revenues, revenue sources. About a year ago, city manager's aware of this. We do a lot of crash reports, incident, accident reports, we call them crash reports. And fire, when they would go on calls, they charge for that, a fire and so forth. So we called and got over the gurus to see if we can charge, which other states have done this, based on the crash reports. It costs us a lot of man hours, maybe 1.5 to 2 man hours. Well, we ended up talking to Gus, sees you remember this, and he said, no way. The state law or something does not allow that because there's a lot of money. A lot of states charge hundreds of
For what?
when a fender bender or 2 cars crash. We go out there, we spend sometimes an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours working the case. And we thought we could charge if it would be legal, like the fire does when they answer a call for service. And it goes into our revenue bank. But according to Gus, it's just against law. Cannot.
So just to clarify, some states allow for insurance companies to be charged a rate directly for that. Some states do. Gus did his research and we were not able to do that at this time. But I do know he was going to look back into that to see if that was a possible source of revenue for us to look into. We did this. We had that discussion back when fire first instituted the changing, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Merriman, was at end of 22 to begin in 23, correct? Yes. Thank you.
So one of the things we talked a little bit about with the police department chief, and I want to step over this to get to another area that I wanted to talk a little bit about as far as monies. Was this commercial vehicle enforcement division?
Right.
I don't see that anywhere in the
Okay.
budget presentation, but I will say, again, just not really trying to get too far into it because I have another question. But that would be an area of opportunity as it relates to revenue generation. Historically, we have had challenges with 519 and the commercial vehicles that travel that road.
Mm-hmm.
There are tremendous fees and fines associated with commercial vehicles traveling on roads that they're not mandated to travel on. So that was one thing. Again, it sounds like you wanted to respond. I'll let you respond to that. Let me.
We covered that, Mayor. We did I could again.
You did an initial assessment, but I don't see.
No, because about 4 or 5 months ago, I think I gave it to Caesar. We did a staff study and a big research on that, and we absolutely positively do not meet the criteria of the state law to even go to the school and receive the training and so forth, because there's a law that covers how you get your people certified to do what you're mentioning. And we love that. We would love that idea, but we cannot receive the training and support to do that because the state law states you have to have a certain number of counties and they've got to be a certain number of revenues from oil. And we do not have that. We're not Texas City. They have revenues from the oil. We just do not meet the criteria. I could forward you, if you wish, the city manager.
As far as an in-depth.
We can't do it.
Can I add some?
Who's that?
It's Wagner.
Okay, go ahead.
But also with the additional staffing that we're going to have, we've already planned on having 2 full-time traffic units out of that. So while it may not be specifically for commercial vehicle all the time, they will be doing nothing but running traffic on each day shift.
And then that was my next question, guys. Again, it's just a yes or no. Maybe they aren't commercial vehicle specialists,
Right.
but, and again, I'm not a police officer, but that wouldn't prohibit them from patrolling 519, and when they saw a vehicle
Correct.
that
Yes, sir.
they knew shouldn't be traveling, pulling them over, right? That wouldn't stop that, right?
No, we could do,
And if that happened, if you saw a commercial vehicle traveling down the road, knowing that they were not supposed to travel down that road, would you still be able to cite them at least for that?
yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
We
I
do.
got you.
In fact, our traffic enforcement has really increased a whole lot since we're doing, having an officer per shift do nothing but traffic enforcement, no calls unless there's, an emergency. So it's really increased, but you're right, we're doing that. But as far as having a designated person to be a certified commercial traffic enforcement officer, we unfortunately cannot by law.
Yeah. The other area I wanted us to possibly look at for savings, and again, this is something that the old administration understood, the new administration did not necessarily understand to the old council's directives. And that would be the youth fund, the youth fund. The youth fund has sitting in it $150,000. The youth fund was primarily earmarked to take care of our youth internship program. That was the fund that we hired the young people. They worked the summer job here, and we used that for that. Now, if we were using that every year at a tune of $25,000, it shouldn't be $150,000 in there, which means unknowingly, you all budgeted that out of M&O, and that's okay. I get it. My point is this year, perhaps we might use that entire fund for all of our internship programs, whether they be college or high school, and then build that money back into your M&O to get some of these things taken care of, if that makes sense. Youth fund.
Yes, we actually had that
Yeah.
discussion already about doing that, Mayor. We just want to bring that to you as a possibility when we get to the funds. But I know we're so concerned on getting all this other stuff and discussing all the packages and so forth. So yes, thank you for bringing that back up. We'll bring that back when we update that 3-year sheet.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I do have.
But wait, hold on just a minute, Ms. Turner.
Okay.
But let's be clear. This year, the youth funds internship program, the high school and the college level will come out of the youth fund.
We will make that edit. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then so whatever was balanced for those activities will go back into M&O and be
Right.
available for expenditures.
Okay.
Yes, just a
Okay,
point
I
of
just want to be
clarification.
clear.
I just want to clarify that. Would you like to do that before we close this fiscal year
Yes,
now?
yes.
Okay, 1, and then 2, bring that as a possibility for moving.
Well, no. Let me, because sometimes we get confused. I'm talking about before we close this budget cycle.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, so moving forward,
Gotcha.
right? I want you to be able to say, Mayor Council, we budgeted $50,000 for our youth internship programs. We're gonna take that out of the youth fund this year entirely, and we're adding that $50,000 back. And tell us what you want to do with it. Right?
Roger that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Ms. Turner, go ahead.
Dealing with the court technology fund and court security fund. Excuse me. There's a $4 fee that is charged per citation. That when a citation is paid in full, the city collects that $4. That's for the court technology fund. There's $4.90 for the court security fund. Same situation. When a citation is paid in full, we receive $4.90.
Okay.
What's in those accounts? What's the balance on those accounts?
Okay, I can find out for you.
Mayor, a couple more questions.
Yes,
if I may.
go ahead.
How many warrants are we serving per year? Just ballpark. 100, 500, 200?
As in traffic warrants that the marshal does, or from class B and above?
Class B and above.
We could probably say anywhere from 100 to 250.
100 to 250. Now, with the request for body armor, is that just the vest or is that including a helmet?
That would be to up, for SRT wise, it would be to upgrade the body armor and the helmets.
Now, are we just going with some like basic, low grade, average helmet? Or are we gonna have like mics to communicate and stuff like that? Are we getting something that's?
Right, we would also have the specialized comms to go with that particular helmet, along with the 3A plus ceramic panels and the 3A soft armor to go with the carriers.
So we're sending our officers 100 to 250 times per year up to a structure with no armor other than what they're wearing right now. It's dangerous. I think that we need to really take a look at that as a council when it comes to getting them their protected vehicle. Does anybody want to walk up to a building with criminals inside with weapons, wearing what they're wearing? Anybody up here?
I don't, if you're asking me, I don't think so.
No, I don't.
I just to clarify though, again, we knew about this now, but do you currently have any of that armor and you're just updating the armor? or-
Correct. Our SRT currently has the ceramic panels and the
Sure.
entry level, but this is just to upgrade, but I understand.
I'm talking about the armored vehicle. What they're going up against right now, they're walking up to a residence with what they're wearing. That's not enough. That is not, nobody up here. I'm not willing to do it. Mayor's not willing to do it. So how are we going to tell them they have to do it? It ain't right. We got to give them the equipment to do their job. I am 100% behind the mayor on this safe city, and we can do it, but they got to have the equipment. We got to give it to them. We got to give it to them. This has got to be their year. I'm going to be an advocate all the way through this.
Are you willing?
Um,
Are you willing to trade a $450,000 forensic audit for a $450,000 armored patrol vehicle?
I'm willing to see if the forensic audit can produce $450,000. And here's another thing that I wanted to bring up is, since we were talking about court stuff, is if we're just going to dismiss the court cases almost routinely that are coming into the courts, then don't risk our officers pulling vehicles over. It's counterproductive. Don't risk them if we're just going to dismiss it. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the citizens. It's counterproductive because now we have a cost associated with them being out doing these patrols, doing high risk stops potentially to come over here just to get it thrown out because, well, I don't have the means to pay. Well, then don't commit the crimes in my town. That's the way I look at it. So, Mayor, when we're looking at, I don't know what we can do as a council, but when it comes to court costs, that's something, or fees, the amount of stuff that's being thrown out and dismissed for various reasons, it's way too high. And it sends a message to the criminals. Well, hey, you just gotta, go commit your crimes in the Marque. And if you can't pay for it, you can't pay for it. So we really need to look at that. But everything goes back to giving these guys the equipment they need. And as far as the forensic audit, I hope nothing turns up. But, people say, it could cost you $450,000. And I think that these numbers are inflated. But if everything's on the up and up, why would it cost so much?
But what I'm asking you is, are you willing to trade that?
No, I would cut other departments. I would look at other means of where to cut in different areas, but it's not going to be public safety. It's not going to be giving them the equipment they need. That's what it's not going to be. But I think when it comes to a forensic audit, what if it turns out that it saves us $1 million a year? What if there's so many variables.
What if it turns out you're wrong though?
It's worth it for the taxpayers. I think that the citizens deserve accountability and transparency. And if we have funds currently, we've already heard, like citizens have spoke to, we've already heard, we don't know where funds are. We had a deficit last year. We don't know what's in a 12 fund account. We don't, the last administration, the software that's been used for 18 years here. We've heard every excuse in the book, but nobody wants to do a forensic audit. There's just it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, there's nothing nefarious, so there's nothing going on. So, I mean, me personally coming into it, if I was in Miss Turner's position, I would ask for a forensic audit stepping into it. So she's got a clean bill of health. She's got nothing to worry about. My opinion, but everything that we're talking about, 4 years. We can't blame the previous administration. We can't. Software. Maribel said 18 years or 12 years, 14, whatever it was. It's been working perfect. It just, there's too many things that lead to forensic audit. If you don't have every penny accounted for, it leads to forensic audit. If it costs money, it costs money. At the end of the day, what do the citizens have? The truth, everything accounted for, which they deserve. Whether it's equipment, whether it's tools, whether it's fuel, whether it's, we'll know everything at the end of the day. And me, I think as a citizen, we have the right to know everything. I mean, my thoughts, but it ain't going to be cutting. It ain't going to be cutting from our public safety. I can tell you that. That's what I wouldn't do.
Want to go, Joe?
Yeah, a couple of things. Councilman Lowry. I'm going to speak to the issue of the court fees, having previously had the pleasure of serving as a justice of the peace in this community. What the judge does is, by law, the judge's responsibility, right? You don't have the privilege of telling me as a JP what I do with cases in front of me or how the court is organized. And so that's number one. And number two, all courts, by way of practice, I'm going to say the majority of them, especially in smaller jurisdictions, a person may not have their driver's license with them, for example. A person may not have their proof of insurance, for example, with them and provide them. However, when they come to the court and they provide them, then usually those fees, that particular ticket is dismissed. That was the practice in my court on that side. That's the practice in many courts. That's why you see the discrepancy on cases. So that's number one. Number two, with regard to looking at when I first joined this council in the first year budget, it was this man over here, the city manager, who looked at the Marque budget, the information that has been here for years and years and years, and said to this council, as the new members of this council, that did you know that you have been underwriting the water bills for this community, right? The overages, the payments, they were being taken at the end of the year from the general revenue fund. And we were in the negative, as I recall, $3 million that was being underwritten, and it continued to go up and up and up, right? And that prompted then the whole discussion that we had with how do we go about dealing, plus the fact that I pointed out we're losing 60% of our water at that time, and that we've significantly made improvements. So it was Cesar that brought that out. It was not something that had been discussed before. So it is a process with new staff coming aboard and identifying. There is a methodology that we have, and at the end of the day, if something like that is warranted, there's a process to do that, because there's standards of, and Gus is, I don't know if he's online or not, but there's a process that's associated with properly introducing and utilizing evidence that we come up with, right?
Yes, sir.
There's a process there and a checklist, and I want to make sure that our evidence is good evidence.
Yes, sir.
So that's all.
It's not saying anything, anybody's doing anything
Oh, okay.
nefarious. if we know that there's unaccountability for things, then that's our job we have to give it to we have to give it, we have to follow up. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not saying anything. It's just a matter of accountability. It really is. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of saying, this is what it is. It is what it is. But thank you for that.
Councilman Lowry, I'm putting in a couple of consultation requests for 2 forensic audit companies.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Mayor. I know that we've had some questions on some of these and related to public safety. And I know we're teetering on time. Did you want to bring up fire to discuss theirs? Do you have any more questions on these packages?
Yeah, we're gonna,
How did you
yeah,
wanna-
we'll bring fire, police, sit tight in case we have any other questions, but we wanted to visit with fire about their overtime budget and how proposed manpower increases, staffing increases. Hold on just a minute, Sergeant King. These manpower increases might impact the fire budget. Sergeant King, did you want to respond? Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to discuss a little bit about, the proposals that were put before you in regards to the personnel and stuff. I've heard a lot of talk up here about the equipment and by no means am I knocking that. But boots on the ground are what change things out there in the public. Our overtime is high. It's high because of multiple different reasons. But additional staffing always assists in lowering overtime. We've asked for 6 additional officers. That was something that we originally asked for when we submitted our budget this year. We asked for 6. We have said that 2 of those officers are going to be dedicated to traffic. The rest of these officers, a lot of that is paying back to the patrol side for what has been pulled for other positions for CID and stuff like that throughout the years. Our call volume, 40-something thousand calls per service is the estimated for the year. I believe it was in the mid to high 30s last year. Everybody that moves into this community increases the workload for the officers in all kinds of different indirect ways. All right. Not everybody that moves into our community is a criminal, but even good citizens that have no intention of breaking the law do get into situations where they need our services. The manpower is really important. And I just feel like the manpower wasn't even really discussed very well. The officers are out there. SRT goes out, does their thing. They have the specialized equipment for that type of stuff. They have the specialized training. Just remember, before SRT gets there, it's these officers that are on patrol that are there. They don't have any of that. They respond in the gear that they are given, which, to be honest with you, our vests on patrol do not stop a rifle round. We do have some vests we can stick on in that event, but that's a secondary piece of equipment. That's not something that we wear every day. A lot of that comes down to the fact that we live in Texas and everything is hot, and those vests are not light that are designed to stop rifle rounds and such. The people that respond to the calls for service are the important aspect of this department. We have people that are always wearing more than one hat within our department. Why is that? It's because we're not staffed appropriately. We have people doing 2 to 3 different jobs to make it go round. Somebody made mention of the fact that, we have a puzzle and we have to put that puzzle together. We've been putting the puzzle together for years, but we've been doing it without all the pieces. We need the pieces.
Y'all have made comments that this is our year. As long as I have been here, we have never had a year that we didn't share with someone else. Fire got 3 people last year. They got 3 captains. They're coming to you today and asking for additional. We're asking for the personnel that we need. If it's going to be our year, it needs to be our year. Not that I don't mind sharing the limelight with people. At the same time, I shouldn't have to. I should be able to get the resources that we need for our department and for these citizens to be able to provide the level of service that they demand. The cars, we need the cars. The canines are very important to the aspect of our job in different areas. Canines will help us find the dope when somebody throws it. They help us find firearms when people throw it. These are tools that allow us to be the actual point of the sword out there to control crime. Honestly and truthfully, there's nothing that makes me more nervous than to go out on a call and have somebody say, hey, somebody had a gun and they threw it. And I don't have a canine available. I can't find one from another agency. They don't have one on. So my option is I stand out there and I walk and I walk and I walk and I look and I look. It's not a very good feeling in the pit of your stomach whenever you look and you can't find it and you don't know if what they told you was true or not, because you're worried about some kid picking it up the next day. What we do out there is important, but we need the staffing and the personnel to be able to do that the right way instead of gimping along like we have throughout the years. And I'm going to add one more note in reference to some comments that were made about how our criminal justice system is working within our city. I think if you go back and you look, you will find that the amount of fines that have been waved away is well beyond what it was before under the other administration. You know, the officers work hard to do their job to protect the citizens, but we also work hard to hold people accountable, because holding people accountable is what keeps the citizens safe. Anybody that does not feel accountable has no problem doing what they did before again. We all learned that growing up. You know, mom or dad got after us for something. That's how we learned not to do that. Or if we did it, at least we knew what we were going to get, right? So don't forget those 6 officers that we asked for. They're important. And it has to be a team aspect all the way across the board. It has to be.
Can I jump in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just to kind of back up what King said as well. The other agencies, and I'll use Friendwood again. I'll use them. They have policies. They don't go to disturbances by themselves. We could never have that. There's no way. Our officers go to things by themselves that they should never be going to, and it's well known in the law enforcement community that Lamarque is not properly staffed. Even, and I can tell you, I've testified on a homicide trial before where the defense attorney has pointed out, well, we all know that Lamarque is not properly staffed, so you probably can't secure a crime scene as well as you can. Things like that, we have to, if we're going to, and I think be serious about moving forward with this, it starts with the staff.
Very good. Want to get Chief Merriman here. Thank you for that. Sergeant King.
Did you want us to remain here?
You can remain. Yeah, sure, sure. It's all the family. Do you have a issue with that, Chief Merriman? You carry a gun too, don't you? All right, well, we'll see you later then, Chief. Oh, I think that we are supposed to take part in this, council gets a chance to take part in this. Can we do it in 5 minutes? Okay, come back and tip your hat to me when y'all are ready. You're ready whenever, okay, let's, Chief Merriman, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. We have 2 new officers. I believe that we're swearing, not we like us, but I believe the police chief is swearing in 2 new officers and promoting 1. And they invited us to take part in it. Council doesn't get a chance to witness that. So we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Here's what I want you to focus on. We want to look at your overtime budget and how the minimum staffing plays a part. You're asking for additional people. Caesar. On the other day, in the Fund 99 miscellaneous revenues, there was about $1.1 million or $1.2 million you had in there for grant matches and $100 other $1,000 you had in there for salary adjustments. So you were tasked with taking all of that out. So that line item should be $1.3 million less. So
That was on the utility side.
on the
Mayor,
utility side.
And I'd have to get with Christine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just letting you all know to help us moving forward. When I look at that line item, it's about $700,000 less and not 1.3 because it was at 3.1 first round. Now it's at 2.4. Yeah.
We'd have to verify that 100,000 for the budget for the salary adjustments. We're still there. We just moved them to their independent accounts. So technically we took it out of 99 and put it back into. the
Yeah,
utility.
but I'm saying that line item is
Yes.
instead of it being $1.3 million less, 1.2 for grants and 100 for salary adjustments, it looks like it's only $700,000 less.
Let me verify that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So council, when we come back, we're gonna hear briefly from Merriman. And before we end this day, I believe Kiera is asking us to propose a tax rate. And so we're gonna have to act at least in that capacity before we go home. Take a 5-minute. We will be back in about 5 minutes after 4. We stand in recess. Welcome. We are back at our budget workshop today. I believe today is August the 19th. We have before us our fire chief, about 5 minutes worth of questioning, and then we will immediately close the day with our deliberations on setting a tax rate. So, welcome again, Chief Merriman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
In case there are any available questions for you, you are here. Let me ask first off, your overtime budget was $300,000 this year. It is $300,000 that you all are proposing, correct? Or is it 350?
We had asked for 350. I believe the final number ended up at 300.
300.
Sorry, that
Yes,
number's
sir.
changed a few
300.
times. I'm not 100%.
How much of that, Chief, that $300, we wish it was $300. How much of that $300,000 went to overtime due to calling people in to cover the normal shift operations? In other words, minimum staffing is at 8. We somehow sick time, someone being hurt, someone on vacation. We are somehow at 6 instead of 8, and your department has to call people in to work those extra slots, right? How much of your overtime is attributed to that?
Definitely the bulk of our overtime. I mean, I think this year we're at 500. We're going to be at almost $500,000. And the only time, so we have a minimal amount of overtime to work Bayou Fest. I mean, Bayou Fest, if you, in the grand scheme of things, overtime for Bayou Fest for us would cost us about $15,000 to work the full day with a complement of fire marshals and EMS and fire to cover that event. So when you look at the grand scheme of it, the majority of our budget on overtime is to maintain a minimum staffing of 2 personnel on a fire truck, which is still 2 personnel short of the state and NFPA 1710 required 4 personnel. We don't even make it to the state minimum of 4. We're only calling in overtime to cover a minimum staffing of 2.
2. Okay. And that's the bulk of it, you would say?
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
we have 10 per shift. Our minimum staffing is 8 because that gives us 2 people on engine 1, 2 people on engine 2, 2 firefighters on medic 1 and 2 firefighters on medic 2. That's the minimum staffing right there, because that's where I have to set. I don't have enough staff to set minimum staffing at 12, which is what it would take to cover 4-man and 2 medic units.
Okay.
So the bulk of probably 95% of our overtime is just to maintain 2 men on an engine. And of that, we have our rotation. The way we work it is we have that Kelly day, which automatically puts somebody off to reduce the overtime. So when you have 10 per shift and you only work 9 rotated days out of the month, every 27 days, there's a 9-day rotation. Somebody has to be off every shift. So we're automatically at 9. So if somebody else takes off, somebody calls in sick, more often than not, we get down to 7 or 6 and have to hire in 1 or 2. The other issue that comes with overtime is staffing company officers. Council gave us 3 captains so that we would have captains on each side of town. So if one of those guys takes off, I only have 3 engineers that can step up into the officer's rate. So I have to specifically hire back another engineer or a captain to maintain a company officer on each side of town to be responsible for both stations.
Yeah. Gotcha. Any other questions for Chief Merriman as it relates to fire department?
I do.
Okay.
Chief, will you please explain the advantage to having the 3 additional positions for purposes of our fire rating and that impact upon the homeowner's insurance?
So in 2021, we did an ISO survey that went into effect in February of 22.
What is an ISO survey?
The Insurance Service Organization's rating is what insurance companies will rate. It's your
The other term that goes with ISO is your fire protection classification, FPC. Those two terms are kind of used interchangeable. We went from a 4 to a 2 based on our current staffing of, before we got the 3 captains, so based on our current staffing of 9 and the way we deploy our trucks and
2 drivers.
2 engines, 2 medic units on the opposite ends of town. We were able to go from a 4 to a 2. The only way to increase that is to increase our minimum staffing. And the insurance rating doesn't take into account the state required 2 in, 2 out, or any, NFPA. They don't take into account any of that. They only look at total number of people that work on assigned units. If you have 2 frontline engines and 2 frontline medic units, there is a number that they come up with, and that number's 12. Because they expect 4-man engines for your insurance rating to improve or go to a 1. That was between the insurance rating, between staffing, the fact that we don't have a ladder truck in this city, that we have ladder trucks on automatic aid from neighboring towns. We lost some points there, and training. Up until 23, we were not doing the required live fire training, and we couldn't document it. So we've improved there. We need, we're working towards improving. The other way to get to that ISO is to increase our staffing up to 4-man engines. And that was a start of a long-term plan of 3 at a time. The city cannot afford to bite off 18 firefighters at one time. We just can't. The equipment, the cost, the manpower, the salary, it's an absorbent amount of money that the city can't afford. So we started last year with adding 3. This year we'd like to add 3. With your permission, we'd like to add 6, 3 engineers, so that we have drivers that can step up on this side of town and drivers that can step up on that side of town when the captain takes a vacation day, and 3 firefighters. But we want to phase those in, because it's not fair to hire. If we hire more than 3 at a time, the training it affects their training level. So
yeah,
in the packages, you see, we've asked for 3 engineers and 9 firefighters. And realistically, we don't want to hire 9 firefighters all at once and 3 engineers all at once. We want to phase those in throughout as we could.
absolutely.
Mayor, may I just real quick?
Yes.
I wanted to say, we put the ladder truck in here as part of the packages. That's when a large ask that was put in there for the reasons that were brought to you when we first had this discussion a few days ago for the $2.4 million. I will say, there's how long of a lead time? 48 months?
48-month lead time.
So if you were to order one today, not that we're going to, but I just want everybody to know the lead time on that. And also, right now, we're preventing from building anything over 4 stories because we don't have our own, or will our mutual aid allow us to still do that?
So it will, but most of your flagship hotels won't build in any town that doesn't have a ladder truck in town. They want you to have one before they build anything over 4 stories. The fire code says you're not supposed to build over, but there are variances offered all the time for allowing that. However, most of your flagships, they won't come in and build, because they know that their property is not going to be protected, because you have to call a ladder truck in from outside, which is an extended response time. I mean, the average response time in our city is about 8 minutes and 59 seconds anywhere, and that's the national average is 8:59. If you call from outside, that goes to 15, 16 minutes. And Mary, you being a fireman, you know that in 16 minutes, some of modern day construction is going to be, it'll be on the ground in 16 minutes. If you're not, with the way quality of trusses and things like that, they just collapse a lot faster than they used to.
Yeah.
Go back, just to clarify. If we implement this staffing adjustment and the schedule that you're proposing, then we qualify for the ISO rating of 1 at the end. Or
we will, yes, we will get there. Again, it has the fire department is only one aspect of it. There's still an infrastructure portion of it, and
a dispatch portion, which there's a lot of other portions that belong to it, but the biggest thing we lost points in was manpower.
Manpower. And what does, if you know, what does the increase to the, or I should say decrease, I don't know which one to use, but from going from 2 to 1, what does that conceivably represent in reduced homeowner insurance costs?
So I don't know the answer to that question. In order for me to find out what our insurance rate went from a 4 to a 2, I actually had to ask my personal insurance agent to give me a quote based off of, and it was a couple of $100 a year in homeowners insurance, but I don't know what a insurance from 2 to a 1. I do know that the biggest insurance savings seen from a 2 to a 1 is in commercial insurance. That's where the biggest insurance saving is seen. So your commercial businesses will see
benefits from that.
Yes, sir.
And one last thing, explain the automatic, your goal of going to an automatic aid. Explain that.
So we have automatic aid agreements with Santa Fe, Hitchcock, and basically what it means is if we have a call that comes in as a structure fire, then our active 911 system will automatically tell dispatch to send it to those neighboring cities, which means we don't have to call them. They know to come on a confirmed structure fire. It decreases the response times is basically what it does. And that falls under the county mutual aid. We just upgraded to a automatic to where they know if it's and same for us. If their dispatches a structure fire, our guys will go help them automatically too. So it helps. It goes back and forth. So if we have a structure fire and it comes out across our active 911, Hitchcock and Santa Fe will get those and they will most likely be en route before our company officer gets on scene and requests for mutual aid. It decreases the response time.
Thank you.
Very good. Any more questions? Well, thank you for that, Chief. You can hang out if you want. We're getting ready to get into another discussion. And that discussion will be setting the proposed tax rate. Let's put some parameters on this. It's already 4:30. We said our day would end at 4:30. But perhaps there's about 20 minutes worth of discussion we can get Kyle to help us with. So I'm going to ask Kyle to at some point put 20 minutes on the clock for us to discuss. Also, Kiara is suggesting to us that we can, if we propose a tax rate, we can always go down, but we cannot go up. So we can always go down, but we cannot go up. What else do we need to know, Kiara? That's it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Need to get one set as soon as possible.
So we have to do it today?
It would be preferred.
And if not today, when would be the last day?
I gotta work with the county office on that.
Okay. Okay. Well, council, again, let's 20 minutes, Kyle. Council first thoughts. If at some point in this discussion, Ms. Turner leaves, she definitely has an excused absence. We will definitely, according to Mr. Garcia, we will definitely get back with her with any follow-up questions in the future. Yes, ma'am. Council, clock is on. First thoughts on tax rates. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll once again, I'm not shy in saying so, and I look at this as we need stability if we're going to begin I want to make clear, begin the process of recognizing and implementing a program to deal with some of the asks that are incorporated within all the budgets here, but particularly the police and fire, and to meet the infrastructure needs of our community. We have a community that is a newer one, which I represent a significant part of that newer community, but we have a a community that is our historic community that has needs in terms of roadways and sewer and water lines, which we're doing a great job, by the way, of dealing out with the resources that we have and the grant opportunities there. So to that extent, that recognizing the need, encouraging this council as a whole to work with finance and to develop a 5-year plan with all of these. If we can't come up with it in this year, let's put it on the books for next year and show that we're serious about accomplishing the goals that we have to support our fire department and our police and the other departments. And so therefore, as I said, I'm supportive of maintaining the 41 cent to accomplish these objectives. I don't see us going back. And God willing, we'll be able to see some significant increases in sales tax revenues from the businesses that are just opening their doors on the west side, the Canes, the Salad Go, the oil change place, the upcoming McDonald's that will be also opening, and the Chipotle as well are pending. And God willing as well too, we finally see some activity with our dog track development over there as well too. I know that on the home side, we continue to see at the trails. I got a text from the developer out there that he's excited with the fact that his Conroe development is 100% subscribed, which is an active senior community, and he sees that same activity or same direction for the development here in Lamarque, and of course the development further down Delaney, which I can't get over. Delaney is a concrete road, and I every time I drive that, I wonder, and I forget to ask who authorized that to be concrete. Was that the city? And that's not anything right now, but I just wondered. So as I said, I'm supportive of maintaining it at the 41 cent to accomplish these goals. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other person?
I'm torn on this one. I like, of course, I like having my taxes drop. Everybody else. Sorry. I like having my taxes dropped like everybody else. And I don't see too big of a difference between the 40 cents and the 41 cents. I do like Mayor Pro Tem's idea though of actually looking at increasing our homestead value. That I can get behind that more than I can the property tax. That is actually a bigger increase than dropping that 1 cent down when it comes to property values. So I'll support the 41 cents if that's the direction we go, but I would like us as a city to look at dropping or raising our homestead allowance on a house.
May I, Mayor, just to
Yes, go
clarify,
ahead, go ahead.
what I had also suggested along those lines is that as part of the financial planning that we go, is that we, apart and separate from any future decreases that may occur at the tax rate that we may decide that are appropriate, that beginning then in 25, that this council agreed that we start implementing over the next 4 years a $5,000 increase per year in terms of the exempt amount for our appraised value. So right now we have that set at 20,000. All other municipalities in this area have higher rates. And so as Councilmember Ross was saying, I'm supportive of bringing up at later during the year that a resolution to increase that and have a plan in place to increase that amount, that exemption amount, to ultimately bring it up to $40,000.
Any other person?
I think that we've, this, first of all, Mayor, let me say this exercise that you made us do, even though it was gruesome, I think it was necessary. To kind of see where everything was, being as a member of the CPA, I just can't get it out of my head with, Conan King asking for staying at 41 cents. And we cleaned it up, we brushed it up, and that's why I asked the question about, what was included with all three. I know safety and infrastructure is a big issue in our city. We are a growing city. I do like the fact, Ms. Turner, how we found those impact fees, and hopefully with new development, those impact fees may help too, if we look at the homestead exemption as well as the impact fees, too. But I'm in support of, I've been going back and forth with the 40 and the 41. And the lack of 1 cent, if I'm correct, is $188,000.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm gonna go with, council with 41 cents. And I agree with Joe, because Councilman Company and I had talked about the homestead exemption and that ours hadn't changed in quite some time. And I think he's correct. We do need to look at some of those things as well. There was something else I made a note about, and I can't think of it right now because I think it's in my other book about this tax rate. So the difference from 1 cent is $188,000, 126. And what I would like to see, what we did with HUD and housing, even though we passed the budget for that 1 year, we did give a 3-year forecast, right? So the next year is not as hard to tweak. And I think that will help us as well to kind of see that. Now, it doesn't have to be, as thick as this, but just a forecast of what we think the next 2 years may look like, just so that we'll have a better template. I do think now that we know the desires of this council was a template, but it may change with a new council. I don't know. But Mayor, I'm good at 41 cents.
Thank you.
But thanks for encouraging us to make it simpler.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I would encourage council, again, I've said this many times. And if we want to look back, what's happened previously with taxes is lower than, I want to encourage listening to the voters, listening to the public. The public said last time they wanted lower taxes by over 72%. We need to listen to the public. Now, as Mayor Bell said, with the 39-cent tax rate, there's more revenue. So there's more money for the city at the lower rate. We got 6 new businesses coming online before the end of the year, or 6 total. We have 3 currently. We don't have a tax problem. We have a spending problem. And that's common in government. It's not a tax problem. It's a spending problem. I would encourage everybody up here, again, what do the voters want? And I will always support what the voters want. And I can tell you, it's lower taxes. So that's where I'm at.
So you're at 39 cents?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be brief. I think the issue is one of trust. I don't believe it's an issue of whether or not the community trusts Mr. Garcia per se. I don't think that's what it is. So I want to be clear on that. I believe that Mr. Garcia is a nice person, well-meaning, earnest in his intentions. Let's be clear. Definitely he and Ms. Turner have done a lot of work on this presentation. And I want to thank you for that. I think the issue is the issue of trust in the numbers routinely throughout this budget process just simply did not add up. And a lot of it is based on learning, gaining experience, gaining experience with new staff members. You and Miss Turner had to are having to learn how to work together. There are a lot of reasons for that, and I get it. But at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. And we continue to have, and we continue to, even to this day, we're having a challenge in clarifying numbers. When that happens, it suggests to me that we should prove to our community that we have a better understanding of those numbers, a better handle on those numbers. Let me say this. Identifying numbers in a budget workshop and during a budget process is something entirely different than the question of whether or not there has been some sort of fraud, some sort of embezzlement, and all these other things. We are not even in that category. The auditors audit, and they audit real numbers, and they audit systems that have been put into practice. That is an entirely different category than being prepared or being accurate in a budget process. So what I see is that we have not been prepared or accurate in the budget process. Again, I want to be clear, has nothing to do with anything else other than that for me. And in that, again, we just hadn't proved our numbers. Here's the deal. But the difference between 41 cents and 39 cents is $385,092. That's all it is. All it is on paper. But it's this big in the hearts of people of Lamar, right? This is how big it is on paper. It's how big it is in the hearts of people that are interested, right? And yet, Mayor Pro Tem, myself, and others gave really quick ways to bridge that $385,000 gap, right? One of the things we talked about was looking at the revenues of our game room ordinance, right? It was one of the things we talked about. We talked about franchise fees for our commercial refuse customers that would augment some of the street maintenance portions, again, lowering that M&O, right? We talked about fines, forfeitures, and fees and adjusting them adequately. We didn't talk about this year, but we could even talk about readjusting revenues, sales tax revenues based on some of the new businesses that we will have coming into our community. So there are ways for us to bridge that $385,000 gap, right? And so that's important. I believe we've identified, it's only, again, $384,000. I believe that we've identified several ways to bridge that gap to keep us where it is that we're trying, I believe that we're trying to be. We also have to consider what a vote on a public safety building will do to our tax rate. It will increase our debt, maybe not this year, but it will increase our debt in the coming years. And in that, our tax rate will be adjusted. So it's hard for me to ask the people of Lamar to vote on a tax increase and at the same time, in the same year, vote on a rate increase for our refuse company and vote on a bond for a public safety building. That is a lot to ask a people like the people of Lamar, right? Who are very tuned into the financial picture of our city. And so I just happen to believe that I am falling on the side of 39 cents today. Again, to our police department and to our fire department, everything, well, let me not say that. because there's only a $385,000 difference. So we were not gonna be able to give everything anyway, right? In order for us to give everything, that would have to be 50 cents. So we were not gonna be able to give everything anyway, right? So, but I do believe some of the things that Sergeant King has brought to our attention, manpower issues. Well, there might be 1.1, 1.2, $1.3 million in this at 39 cents that we have to work with. A couple of 2 or 3 officers right there. There are 2 or 3 firefighters right there, just in that, and we haven't even scratched half of the potential revenue that we can realize, right? At 39 cents. So I just believe that this administration can get everything that you intend to, within reason, that will help move our city forward at 39 cents. It opens the door for a public safety building. Point taken, Sergeant King, last time we visited. We do not want to put those two in opposition to each other. It's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is I want us to have a positive vote on a public safety building. So I believe we can get manpower. I believe we can get a lot of what we need this year in 39 cents with the additional revenues that have been created within our revenue streams. So I'm going to hold at personally 39.8501 is where I want to be personally. I'll stop there.
I have a question.
And we'll absolutely, Ms. Yancey.
So your franchise fees here, that does not include the franchise fees for the commercial proposal that Shayna gave.
No, ma'am. Since we have not taken action to do
Right,
that yet,
gotcha.
it would not yet, correct?
And this proposed budget doesn't have any new fees for game rooms at all.
No, ma'am. This is with the current fees. We would have to bring an entire schedule of fees back. Assuming that council approves and we look at all of our fees over again as to which one we do. As is custom that we wanted to do 24 anyways.
So the mayor basically just basically gave us a challenge, gave your staff a challenge to find the 385. Do you think you can find that?
Well, I mean,
I'm just asking.
respectfully, and then this is to the entire council. Like we've always said, and I think our staff echoed this, we're gonna do what we gotta do with what we have. The challenge is simple. It's try to find a way to either to both things that were said, right? Either increase revenue or decrease expenses, while also addressing the needs of all the other things that were out there. So all these equipment needs and things that were said, we're gonna do what we can following your direction with what we have. We will have an aggressive way of doing the sales tax and coming up with those things. So I don't want to dodge the question,
Right.
but it's going to be a combination of things, right? It's not going to just be go increase revenues by a certain amount. As we've tried to show, we're going to also try to reduce our expenses if we
Right.
can.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm concerned, Mayor, because I've been in this council for this is three years going into 4. And I've just seen the same departments go without. And with we've never passed a bond in the city of Marque, in the history of Marque. City bond anyway. So I'm just a little nervous about that part. And then we're still not where we need to be. So those are my concerns with the bond and the safety the safety building and all
Sure.
of that as well. I'm just concerned because
Absolutely.
we always talk about what we want to do, but I think like Councilman Lowry said earlier, it's time for us to do the things that we should do. And I've seen the same departments get turned around, and I think I'm gonna still go for 41 cents.
Sure. Any other person?
I'm willing.
Kyle, give us about 8 good more minutes. Seems like we might be figuring out exactly how we want to vote individually.
Right.
8. 8's a good number.
I'm willing to split the difference. I started this whole time at the 40 cents. Willing, as long as I can get a minimum of 3 guys for PD and 3 guys for fire, and one of those guys being or gals being a canine unit and all the vests and stuff that they can get. Because you get stipends for you can't, that's where that cost difference can be.
Sure, sure.
As you're deliberating, because historically we've done this, we just have to be careful how we do it. We've always been able to say, hey, we're gonna add one at the 9-month mark. Because if you pass it today, we're not gonna have an officer or a K-9 walk in here on October 1st, right? I'm using that example, right? There's a process that goes with that. With the caveat that if you choose to go that route, just understand that next year, you're gonna be tied to that full 100% salary in fringe and cost versus the partial. So if that's a caveat that helps you get to some of these things that you're requesting, just understand that that is a expense later. So we don't make some of the mistakes that we said in the beginning of this process with the code positions. If you remember, 6 versus 5 because of funding.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's, I would like to see at a minimum, each one get 3 this year, new. That way they can promote up, get a new K-9 unit in that 3, and then next year do the same thing. And I expect us to start being able to pay for that by ourselves, not have the grants to do it, get them the body armor they need, and then get the vehicle. As soon as we get somebody that's trained to drive an APC, yes. But I know when I was in, couldn't just hop in a Bearcat and take it for a spin. There's too many things that you had to know how to do in it before you could take it out for a ride.
Yeah.
So we need the public safety, but we need to make sure we're funding it correctly, because $3 million all at one time is a lot, but $1 million, I might be able to do that a little bit easier. That's an easier pill to swallow.
Yeah. Any other persons? I thought, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Lowry, doesn't matter who goes first.
It just seems to me, and you hear it from the public, we're top heavy. It seems like everybody has an assistant, and then we're getting an assistant for the assistant, and then that assistant's gonna need another assistant. We need to tone it down quite a bit. Instead of, we just need to, we're top heavy. In my opinion, we're extremely top heavy. The opinion of a lot of taxpayers, we're top heavy. People are suffering. Businesses are suffering. Community members are suffering. They're on fixed incomes. We need to do what we can to put the money back in the taxpayer's pocket. You can't tell me that if you had to work with that 39 cents and decide to have your house burned down or stay safe without a crack house or something next to you, you're going to figure out a way to do it. That's our job. We need to make it happen. It's a possibility. It can be done. It's just, we got to do it. I mean, I want to go back, and I know the whole tax rollback is a sore subject for a lot of people, but I think it's very clear what the taxpayers want. And I think if we did a poll today, I bet you I know what it would be. I'd still say it would be over 50%. So I'm really encouraging council to stick with, we're going to have a lot more tax revenue from sales tax, a lot.
But we didn't, and that's what I'm concerned with. We over projected that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. No, go ahead. Let him finish, and then you can jump in after Mayor Pro Tem. But thank you for that.
We gotta listen to the public, and that's our job. And I think a lot of times we get away from that. And as a business owner, cutting costs, one thing you never cut is safety. I'm telling you that will burn you or burn us. It's one thing you just don't cut.
You don't cut what? I'm sorry.
Safety.
Oh,
You don't cut safety. Insurance companies will eat you alive if you cut safety. So we have more money with 39 cents. There's other options. There's other avenues we can take. And like Mayor Bell said, we need to use those remedies. If we need to clean house in other departments or clean up other departments, how many times do you see on social media that you got 10 people looking in a hole and one person working? That as a business owner, I get furious. As a taxpayer, I get furious. And I'm not attacking or saying any department, I'm just saying in general, those are the type of things that are gonna, you want to raise taxes, but then the public sees that kind of stuff, or somebody sleeping under a tree or out at a park for 2 or 3 hours sleeping in a pickup. Those are the things that it's gonna come up. We raise these taxes to 41 cents, it's gonna come up. The taxpayers don't want it. There's ways to protect the public, keep the tax rate at 39%. We still got more money. We still got more money. It's not a tax problem, it's a spending problem. And when government figures out, instead of how to more creative ways to spend the money, we'll be a lot better off as a society in whole. But we, as a small city, really need to focus on that. There's a lot of fixed incomes here. We just gotta be careful. There's ways to do it. We gotta look for those ways. I'm really encouraging council to, follow Mayor Bell's direction on how we can do things. Been here 20 years. I think he knows what he's talking about. So,
I need to take that.
I think we need to listen.
I am one of those fixed incomes in this city. Uncle Sam's not real kind to its retired and disabled. So yes, I understand. There are ways we can fix it. Let me not pay part of that $80 a year for recycling that one person doesn't use at their house because there's only one person in that house. I mean, it takes me a full year to fill up that recycle bin. But I'm willing to do that so that everybody else can have it. So yeah, I'm looking at 40 cents on the dollar to make sure that I can get the police something also and the fire department also, because my fixed income, I think they need a penny of it to get them what they want. I don't make very much. My 36 grand a year that Uncle Sam pays me doesn't go very far.
Thank you. Hold on just a minute. Let's get council in, Mr. Garcia. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to offer something, and then Ms. Yancey, and then you can follow?
Wait.
All right, Kyle. Literally, guys, this is rich. We're gonna put 10 minutes. At the end of these 10 minutes, guys, we're gonna vote. This is supposed to be an early day for us.
Yeah, just a couple of things. We've got to walk the walk. I respect your opinions. But I keep hearing, talk to the taxpayers. I do. I talk every day. And this is what they understand. They understand. If we're going to accomplish the goals that we're going to accomplish, and we're not going to reach them 100%, but we have to have monies to work with. And that's what we do by holding the rate. I keep hearing about tax increase. There's no tax increase. We're holding the rate. That's number one. Number two, we challenge safety. We challenge safety if we don't have the funding for it, right? But we have to have a plan for this. And in that respect, I encourage us to plan tax cuts. Look, we reach X amount of dollars on sales tax. We're going to have an automatic tax rate, regardless of what the tax calculations show. There's a tax decrease on this side, but you can also accomplish the tax decreases with a plan to lower the appraised values of the properties, which the city of Marque has never done. It has maintained that 20 when we know my little house might have been worth 50 when it was built, but now God knows it's worth more according to the tax. Maybe it's doubled in value, and that's what we see in Lamarck. So have a plan, follow through with the plan. A good example, as I say, I always go to some local cities with CPAs, and they've got that. Here's the plan for 25, 26, 27, and they're looking down the road on these things. The other thing is what's important about maintaining the rate. And this, I wanted to clarify. If we lower, we're actually weakening our bond position and the possibility of numbers. we maintain the rate and we have a stronger bond position so that we can actually look at the possibility of having a no tax increase bond. And let's look at that number as well, just like what the city of, not the city, the school district of Texas City did, right? In terms of their last successful bond election. It was a no tax rate increase. And so when you decrease the income, that is a factor with regard to where you're, what bond amount you can qualify for, and what's the amount for a no tax rate increase. And I'm very interested in that number. I think the last time we looked at it and we're told, as I recall, it was maybe about 8 million or something like that, as I recall. And so, as I said, for all these reasons. Oh, and the final thing, a point I just want to point out, as far as this vote today, and our city secretary mentioned this, we can set a rate today. It has to be publicized, and then we'll set it for a public hearing at our next meeting. There are 2 public hearings, correct? There'll be 2 public hearings. And remember, she said, we can lower it, but we can't increase it. So my suggestion, and as I say, I urge us to do, pass the rate at the 41, keep it the same. Let's have our tax increases. Let's lay out the plan, what we're going to be doing with regard to the funds that we have. And then hear the feedback of the public hearings and go accordingly. If there are adjustments that need to be made at that time, we can make those adjustments at that time. Is that correct, Ms. City Secretary? At that time. So that's my scenario.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Yancey, did you want to add something?
So he's saying keep it at 41%, allow the public to come in and talk about it so that we can hear from the public. Is that what you're saying about the 41 cents? Because we know we can't go above that. So even if we did 39%, we're kind of stuck at that, even with the public hearings, correct?
Yes, if
That
you,
alone.
if you say, you
Go
could-
to 39.
yeah, you could go
Right.
below 39,
Right.
but you couldn't go back to
Yeah.
41.
Right. My concern is with the sales tax, because like to what Councilman Lowry said about businesses are hurting. We know there was a business that didn't pay sales tax for 3 years. And so I just have an issue with projecting it on virtual money that we have no control over. You know what I mean? What people have to report to the comptrollers. And I forgot exactly how far we were off, but it was like 100 of thousands that we were off with the sales tax projections. So that's why I'm a little concerned about that. Now, it sounds like we have 2 for 41, 2 for 39, and 1 for 40. I mean, I'm willing to look at 40 just so we can be on one accord.
You over there counting votes, Ms. Yancey? We
know,
can't do
I
that up
know.
here.
Huh? I know, but I'm talking about as far as trying to be on one accord. I know, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'm really just trying to get what's.
I
best
know what
for
you
the-
mean. I'm
what's
teasing.
best
I'm
for
teasing. I know what you
the
mean.
residents, because, you know, Jefferson Street looks a hot mess. And we had told those people that Jefferson would get fixed by the end of the year.
Yeah.
But with the budget so tight, and then, you know, I want to make sure that when we tell our residents we're gonna fix the streets, that we actually do that. My street needs to get fixed.
Yeah.
And so, you know, safety and infrastructure is an issue. And we all want to do it, but I want to listen to staff. I'm listening to my constituents, because some of them know about this kind of thing, some of them don't, but most of them do when it comes to taxes. But at the same time, they want their streets fixed. In District A and District D, we have some of the worst streets in the city. And so I'm concerned about that. I do not want to look these people in the eye come March 2025 and nothing has been done.
Yeah.
And with a budget so tight, I'm afraid that's what's gonna happen.
Yes, ma'am.
So
I understand.
I agree with Joe about doing that at 41%, 41 cent, letting the public come and talk to us. And then maybe perhaps we can show where we can get the 385 in other ways.
Certainly.
Did you want to add something?
I just want to just real quick and say, you're not tied to these numbers. So if you wanted to go in between, instead of since you mentioned 40 cents, and you want to make it 40 cents flat, 41 cents flat, like you're not tied to these numbers. I just want to just clarify that. We just did these as scenarios.
Okay.
I just want to just make sure that I said that at number one. And number two, If it is council's will at any given time for any positions that we need to move, eliminate, change around, just, that's fine. Just tell us so we can be prepared accordingly. All right, not that we ever want to, but comment was made about being top heavy. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand this is your time to make any recommendations that you guys want to see. And we will address that accordingly. But I just want to make the comment of the 40 cents and 39.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
the exact numbers. We gave those as scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. A lot has been said. See how we can dissect some of these things. Well, did you want
I had a question for you.
for me?
Yeah. Just.
Oh, outside sidewalk. Okay, let me finish. So our tax rate is made up of our M&O and our debt service. Those numbers work in conjunction with each other. Our ability to pay debt down is tied to those numbers. It is not necessarily true that a lower tax rate means less for us to be able to borrow and pay back. A whole lot more complicated than that. But a lower tax rate wouldn't hurt when it comes to a vote of the people. Just want to clarify that. Second, tax rate versus tax increase. You can have a tax rate that stays the same and have a tax increase. Happens all the time. For years, that's what this government has done. We kept the tax rate the same, the valuations grew, and the government generated not a lot of money, $250,000, $300,000 more. And what we would do with those monies is we would, fuel costs go up, right? Things of that nature. Well, we would use those monies to help grow the government before we actually had this steady stream of sales tax, right? So we know how that is. In fact, if you keep the tax rate the same this year, the city of Lamarque will realize a tax increase. That is facts, right? Does not mean the tax rate just increases. What it does mean is the tax revenue increases. And so we have to be careful about that. Thirdly, here's the deal. And I wanted Mr. Garcia to be here for this. I've heard a lot of, and we just having a discussion. I've heard a lot from Ms. Yancey, Mayor Pro Tem, a little bit from Mr. Ross on some of these things. And what I'm hearing is more than not needs. Our streets need to be repaired. When I'm done, we're gonna vote, unless somebody wants to respond to that, Kyle. Unless somebody wants to respond to what I'm saying, and they will have that right, but otherwise we can vote. There's a lot of, we need this, we need to stabilize the financial resources. There are things that we promise the people that we need to do, and all those things are dead on. We want to get the most for our people. But here's the deal. In a practical sense, everybody that's up here voting, if you got a bill in the mail, and a company is trying to charge you $5,000 for something, and they can't tell you where all the money went, they can't break down for you how all that money was utilized, and every time they talk to you about this $5,000 debt, there's a different story. How much of that $5,000 would you pay? Zero. Because they have not proven. Here's the thing. Two things can be true. We can desperately need all of these things, and the administration, Caesar's a really nice guy. This is not about Caesar. I'm talking about just a job function. Not just him, but his entire staff. We can still want and need all these things, and the budget that was presented to us still provides so much skepticism and so much confusion that, like I said in the analogy, some folk might not want to pay anything because the numbers are not matching. And some people in life need the numbers to number. They need the 2 + 2 has to be 4 before they're willing to give $4. And yet we are talking about meeting needs with additional revenue And I have not been convinced that we cannot meet the needs with the revenue that we propose at 39 cents because the math ain't mathing, y'all. Now, here's what I predict in my 20 years of sitting here. I predict if we come at anything over 39, that there's going to be a tsunami of people that will be so fighting mad that we are potentially raising taxes on them, and we haven't done our due diligence in making sure that the taxes that we are generating are going to the appropriate places. Again, last thing I'm gonna say, if you got a Netflix bill and that Netflix bill was $45, and they can't tell you that $5 went to this and $7 went to that and $8 went to this, and then the next time you talk to them, well, no, actually $3 went to this and $10 went to that and $15. I'm not paying my Netflix bill. And therefore, I am not voting for anything over 39 cents. What's the number for me? The number for me is, I lost it. There it is. 398501. The rest of you wonderful people can vote however you want. But don't call me when they are calling you about what y'all are doing. Netflix. Anybody else?
Please, number one, Mayor, I have never called you about anybody. I've never, right? I have never. I've never called you. I speak, I don't do things because it's popular.
That's true.
I follow what, and in that sense, I'm not apologetic. I look at the numbers and I look at financial stability and what we do, planning. If there's one thing that I think that I brought on this council is, we've done some planning on the water side, right? We've stabilized that. We still need to do some work, but we've got a separate standalone fund that's doing things, In this case, that's all I'm saying. In this case, in this year, there's a plan. And my plan is, and that's why I'm gonna then, as I discuss this, make a motion, is it's financially, we stick with, give us a stability. Let's do what we need to with fire and police and the other departments. Show it before these public hearings and commit to what we're going to be doing. That's what we lack in this, is accountability. And in that sense, I agree with you, Mayor. It's accountability. What are we doing? We're not reporting. We're not getting that information. And in that process, if we agree that we make these adjustments on fees, then we have a plan. We're starting the work for next year. And in that sense, Mayor, I've also make a suggestion that that finance is not just what is it, 3 months that we've been this?
Yeah.
Or 2 months?
3 months.
It should be a year-round effort that I suggest that you appoint an ad hoc committee of individuals interested and maybe 1 or 2 council members, that we monitor this on a yearly basis. Look at that, make sure that we've got accountability there and reporting back to all of us that we're doing what we committed to in this budget. Because we have a tendency to approve budgets and then we forget about them. But once again, I'm not doing the books in that sense.
Yeah.
So that's why, having said all that, Mayor, then I make a motion that we set the tax rate at the, Kara, what is it, the 0.41, what's the exact amount?
0.418058.
There you go, 0.418058. And that will permit us to have the public hearings and get the feedback, and then if necessary, we go from there.
Very good. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I second it, and I encourage residents to come to the public hearings.
Very good. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
I would like to hear the constituents actually come in here and say it besides texting me. Because I've gotten a couple 40s in text. And also, you obviously have never been told you owe a bill to the federal government. That would just take it out of your paycheck before they send you the letter in the mail.
Yeah, that's true. They can do that.
Because remember, we can't go up. We can only go down.
Right. So I'm gonna vote with the 41, let you know, that way I can listen, because I can't go down, I can't go up.
Sure, sure.
So.
Any further discussion? Again, ladies and gentlemen, before we vote, we all know what we saw. We all know that this is the sixth budget hearing. And even in this hearing, there were still figures and numbers that were not right. Just remember that next time this 51-year-old, 20-year veteran of Lamarque politics, again, outside of Joe, you can call my phone. Don't call my phone when these people decide that they're going to teach you all another lesson about their taxes. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
It's a roll call vote.
It's a roll call. Oh, and it's a roll call vote. Wow. Go ahead, Ms. Nance.
Sure. Okay. Mayor, how do you vote?
Absolutely not.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yay.
Councilwoman Yancey?
Yay.
Councilmember Lowry?
Against.
And Councilmember Ross?
I'm gonna vote for now.
I have 3 for and 2 against.
Very good. Very good. The tax rate, the proposed, this is not the end, the proposed tax rate has been set at, read it back to us, Kara.
0.418058.
Exactly. 0.418058. Let's be mindful. Council has just voted. It was not a unanimous vote. That does not mean that we don't love and respect each other. That means we're trying to solve problems. And sometimes we don't all see the same solution, but we will continue to work together to try to provide the best resources for our community as possible. Very good. Any, Kara, did I miss anything? Because I don't have the agenda.
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Blower.
September 19th, we are having an employee appreciation lunch for everybody in the city. We're using my discretionary funds for that, just to show appreciation to the employees that we have here for their hard work, for the budget, for all year long. I think it's important that we show them, we appreciate them here and their hard work. And so I've decided to use my discretionary funds to do that.
September 19th,
It's Thursday, September 19th.
and you said it's a luncheon?
Yes, sir.
Luncheon, okay.
Where?
Where would it be?
Community room?
Community room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. All right. What else you have, Councilman?
That's it.
That's it. I understand. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to urge people, number one, I will send the information to, I guess, Agatha. But we've all heard that there's been a breach of our social security numbers. There's a site that you can go to plug in your name and your city with the zip code to determine if you've been breached. So what does that mean if I've been breached? The recommendation is that you go freeze your credit reports, with credit reporting agencies to protect yourself. So I just looked at mine and my number was breached, so I've frozen my report. Councilman Lowry, his was not breached, but there is a site. Second of all, I remind everyone that if your home had significant damage or any amount of damage on Hurricane Beryl, that you're eligible for an adjustment on your upcoming property tax bill, the assessment, and there's a form that you fill out. I think I was going to send it to you, Kyle, as well, right? And that should be available as well. And they reduce it by percentages depending upon the nature of the damage to your home. I think those were the two things. And finally, those of you that have filed, please appeal your decisions from FEMA. The system is so easy. It's all online. Make a notation. I went to visit the Disaster Recovery Center over at the community room across from the tax appraisal office there. They're there. They're welcome to assist you. Go in. A reminder that if you purchased a generator, that you can get reimbursed for that up to $666, I think it's $66, and you no longer have to have a medical reason. In the past, you had to have a medical reason to purchase the generator. The state of Texas determined that was no longer necessary, and as long as you have your receipt, you can file a claim to get reimbursed for that as well too. So please do that. That's it. I'm sorry.
Very good. Anyone else? Ms. Yancey?
right.
You good?
September at the VFW Community Yard Sale on 14th, 10 to about 4. If you wanted $10 a spot outside, $15 for a spot inside, $15 donation in kind to the auxiliary for some kind of auction or raffle later. Last week in October, we're gonna do a collector's show, so sports, trading card games and such. November 10th is going to be the Veterans Breakfast up there. And the Marine Corps birthday, even though Veterans Day is on Monday. And then December 7th, we're going to try to have a Christmas party and do the officer and fire person and EMS of the year chiefs. December 7th. So sometime right after Thanksgiving, I would like nominations for police officer, fire person, and EMS of the year, please. Thank you.
Did you said a date in September, Mr. Ross? What was that?
September 14th.
14th?
It's a Saturday.
Okay.
December 7th.
And December,
7th for the
7th.
Christmas party.
and the 14th is gonna be like an auction, you said?
It's gonna be a community yard sale.
Gotcha.
So you got stuff you need to get rid of, 10 by 10 spot, $10 outside, $15 inside.
Gotcha.
I'm an air conditioning guy. I can't be outside. My little bald head. gets hurt.
Understand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have work to do. That was just one. Did you have an item of note, chief? You're gonna have to.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
By way of city manager, yeah.
Yes.
Make your request be known.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, chief. Council, this is just one step in the process. We still have budget workshops to continue with. And so I am going to ask that we come back Monday. Monday, we have a regularly scheduled meeting. Is that correct? So perhaps Monday, if we are here next Monday at noon, we can break for dinner around 5. And then we'll have 5 hours of work prior, and then we'll have our council meeting at the end of it. That'll give the city manager a week to get better numbers to provide for us. Give us a week, council. At the end of the day, they're about $1.1 million, whether this tax rate holds or whether we use other revenue generating ideas that we talked about. It'll be $1.2 million of monies for us to earmark. Remember, the only thing this budget covers that we are dealing with today is everything that we believe will be spent in 24. That's duplicated. The 5% raise 6% raise for PD, right? And the 8% raise for fire. Those are the only things that are covered. A cost of living raise has not been built back into this budget. Additional police officers, additional fire officers, a budget coordinator for the finance department. None of these ideas, personnel ideas or equipment ideas, have been built back in. It will be our task to build in those $1.1 million worth of earmarks. And so when we come back next week, we will have an overview on where we left off. You will read us in. This is where we left off, council, because we forget. So that we can, council, start to direct and disperse the rest of these monies. Make sense?
I will not be able to participate on Monday.
On Monday?
I have doctor's appointments the
All day?
whole day long. And unfortunately, until we
What
have
about
regular
Tuesday?
council meeting.
What about Tuesday?
Tuesday? I'm available.
Who's available Tuesday? Because we can't do this without you being focused in on it, because it's only 5 of us.
Tell me the day. Make it work.
Tuesday, I think, might be open. Tuesday.
I'm
Let me-
open on Tuesday.
Wait a minute, I might have another dentist. I'm sorry.
Tuesday, the 20th, like
That's the 27th.
the 27th.
The 27th Tuesday is open for me as well.
I can do that.
All right, let's do budget workshop next Tuesday. We'll start at 12. Give, yes, ma'am.
Did you want to do, I guess we're still doing the public hearing on the 26th. You guys are just gonna come back and discuss on.
Yeah, because the public hearing won't hurt anything, right? I mean, we can just hear what people yay, nay on tax rates,
And that's it.
and then we can come back. It's at the meeting.
At the
meeting, yeah.
that one I can-
Then we can come back that next day and do some more work on the budget. So that'll be fine. Next Tuesday from 12 to 5. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as the next budget workshop, that will be 7. That has to be a record. Has to be a record. Anything else? Thank you, council, for your dedication and your deliberation today. Again, healthy discussion. We don't always vote in the unanimous, but that just means that the council's thinking and we're trying to solve problems best way we can from all of our different experiences, right? And we will eventually get to a good place. And so it's good to have these discussions and work toward a resolution. Having said that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.